Audio live, video live, and oh gosh, Slops is taking a second to do that, aren't they? Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Change Stars Summer. We have everybody. We have everybody here with us tonight from across the net, and we are about to experience the world with them. A new world, an unknown world, and definitely a very safe, non-hostile world. Each of them find themselves in a cryopod, slowly thawing out as they blink awake and gasp. Your world is sideways. The world slams up into you. A harsh light beams through the life pod window as you crash to the ground. The brutal wave of gravity brings down your bodies. There is a release of misting gas and fluid, and there is a vague blaring siren from the pod. The screen is burnt with the last image it saw, and the cabinetry is banged open in a few places, sparse supplies littering the floor. We find ourselves turning to the first to emerge from the pod, least in need of awakening, because he never went to sleep. Green Gene, the machine. Greg, share with us a little bit about who and what Green Gene is.
So stepping forth from the pod would be a mechanical humanoid with a green pattern to the chassis, green and silver patterning that kind of alternates on the plates.
Like a chameleon paint a little bit on it.
More like almost like stripes, like sports stripes.
Yeah.
I like it.
You got the sports striping on.
See?
Green, silver.
And then insignia, or just engraved onto the chest of the chassis, number 027, and exactly on the same place in the back, 027.
Excellent. Your shining corpora emerges unharmed from the pod. And Green Gene, you didn't exactly appear on the flight register, did you?
Oh no.
Do you think that your fellow passengers on the ship would have been aware of your presence? I think not. Unless
Probably not.
So
we shipped in the cargo hold or someplace surreptitious that didn't need oxygen until destination were reached.
Indeed.
And it became game time.
Game time. Yeah. Oh my god, that was great. So yeah, we will see. We are loving the vaporwave, Greg. We'll see who Green Gene is and why they were aboard this vessel, perhaps soon. Meanwhile, Oriana, you come out of your pod. The gravity's hitting you hard, but you're adjusting. Tell us, who is Oriana? What brings them here? What's she up to?
So Oriana is a Thren, and I imagine her kind of looking very deerish, like very deer humanoid kind of, with kind of a shifty vibe. They're not very. It's hard to say why they're here. In fact, you're not really sure. But Oriana is gingerly stepping out of the pod, very much aware of their surroundings. And she's kind of short for a Thren. So she very much like puffs herself up to kind of get as much height as possible, to come across as a little more intimidating than she probably is in actuality. So, yeah.
Noise. Yeah, you're popped up. You're in the pod, and you have clearly not arrived at the destination you were intending to reach. Calypso, on her way to a gig with her very own ship to tread the sea of the stars as a captain, a metaphorically sailing captain. She finds herself coming out like the glass pod of the cryobed pops open, mist hisses, and wow, yeah, you've just slammed to Earth. Tell us, how is she feeling? A little bit about her, what she's up to.
Well, Calypso is very much a no nonsense captain. She has been sailing the space seas for many, many years. And she was finally going to get her own ship, and stepping out of this pod and realizing somebody screwed up and she needs the name of that person now. Because what is going on? Who are these people?
Yeah.
Where's my ship?
That's the question of the night. As Calypso turns into this topsy-turvy world, tilted under the gravity of the planet, and finally, the last of the pods that seems inhabited begins to crack open. One more thread emerging. Crazy. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Crazy is overly professional a lot because she has absolutely no real background to add to any degrees of any possible factoring at all. She's just really good at fixing things and can prove that she's really good at fixing things. And that's what's gotten her this far, along with her fake it till you make it attitude. So as she would stumble out of this pod for a moment, there'd be a brief second of like just in case, like, that wasn't me. I'm pretty sure that wasn't my fault. Just fades across her face before it would wipe away instantly and be like, no, Captain, not my fault. I was sleeping. I was 100% sleeping. I like to think that the reason why she's in the position she's in is because no one would ever offer her a job otherwise unless she heavily fakes her professionalism and her resume. So
you have a very illustrious career that is exceedingly hard to verify. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You can
like,
call up my reference there. You know, it'll take you like 5 light years for the message to get there and back. But don't worry, I'm sure we can wait.
But look how fast I fixed that woman. She must be really good at her job, you know? Yeah. Checks out.
Yeah, your professional opinion on this escape pod is it is probably not getting fixed, but no one's asked you about that yet. You find yourselves in this room together with the 3 others you look around and see. And initially groggy, you come to your senses and you see a dimly burnt set of characters that were the last thing this screen was showing. And yeah, it gives a sense that hailing channels and sensor data indicate the suspected profile of an inert vessel somewhere west of your location. But other than that, pixels are burnt and frozen at some point during the descent. There's no further info, and as the pods close down, all of the final lights in the pod blink out, as if though the final power left in the pod was devoted to making sure that you guys didn't die. And the only light streams in through these windows, through this door into the airlock and the tiny glass window to the outside world. And beside, there is some gear scattered across the ground before you. You've got, packs of rations, MREs, an SOS beacon, some inflatable tents. Yeah, Green. So do you want to? Does anybody want to try and check out the airlock?
I will probably be distracted by the light. So yeah, I'll go check out the airlock.
Yeah, so Oriana, like, wordlessly, I'm assuming, just kind of like checks out the door. You see the airlock, and you see, hello, Carrie Smith, hello, Tula. This door, like, immediately you can tell, like, through the glass, it's been banged to shit, and, like, the button that would let you open it normally doesn't seem responsive at all. That panel seems like it's, like, got some sort of, like, lockdown red ribbon on it. Next, so you see there's, like, the door is pretty messed up, and there is a lever that says explosive bolt emergency release in all caps. And thank you for the prime sub. And that's what you immediately see, Oriana, but with like a close gap through, like peek through, you can see there's like this razor tooth arrangement of like sharp rock. And you see like peeled bits of metal at the edges, and it definitely looks like this has been a hard and fast descent. And this pod is probably a bit dinged up on the way down.
And you said all the power's gone out too, right?
Yeah, the pod definitely does not. Actually, so let me put it this way: there are running boards. There's very faint like backlit. You know what I mean? It's almost like you're in darkness, not total darkness in here, but like it's like very much like status symbol lights, like the status symbol light on this door. You get the feeling that the power is going to be dead very soon. And it's on the last legs of auxiliary. Green Jean, you're pacing about. You're checking out the gear. What are you up to?
Yeah, while the power's still active, I'd like to check out the monitor.
Yeah, so you check out the monitor. It's definitely dead. It's definitely burnt pixels in there. If you want to. So here's the thing. There's no like real user interface here, but you're a synth. If you were to whip out your dongle, so to speak, and jack into the data port, you could gain access. Maybe in like the final seconds.
Nothing to see here. Just whipping out my dongle and jacking it into the system. Nothing to see here.
I'm so sorry for saying it that way. Okay. So you plug in really fast, and give me a systems test real quick, Green Jean.
How does that work?
Yes. So, hello friends, welcome to Change Stars. If we pop open our character sheets, we see there are an arrangement of 4 stats and 3 skills under each. So you'd go to cognition. You'd click on systems, and then you would hit, it'll throw you up a little box, modifiers, just hit submit. It's just a straight test.
One more time, my page was loading.
It's all good. Just like when you pull it up, right? Like you go to the character sheet tab, you see your sheet, the blue box, cognition, is where your cognition skills are. One of them is systems. If you click that, it'll give you a little box asking for your modifiers, then just hit submit. So you do have, as a full synth, you have 4 units of processing. You get them all back at the end of 1 hour in low power mode. You can use it to a reroll if you wanted to.
I have 4 in total, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll reroll.
Yeah, alright. So just try the roll one more time. As you kind of get some like feedback and static in the system, you're like, come on. Unfortunately, the data banks are dying too fast, and the RAM is all, like, there was no power. It's all gone. The solid data seems to have been disconnected from something, and the crash you're not able to get at it. Calypso.
This machine is dead.
Yeah.
Interfacing with it is inappropriate. I shall unjack my dongle.
So Calypso, you see Oriana. You see a shorter for a Thren, but is Calypso like tall for a human? Like, do you think you're like scraping 6 feet, 6'1.5"?
Yes, she's very tall.
Then Oriana is about your type. Or you might be slightly taller than Oriana, but Oriana is like, like standing like puffing. So maybe that's like a close thing. Guziri across from you has probably got like 1.5 on you. Average Thren height is like 7.5, goes up to 9. You're looking around, and there's a robot in full like sports like colors, who is just accessed the panel here and told you it's dead. Your space sailor senses tell you you've probably just been dropped in an escape pod because something really fucking bad happened on the spaceship you were on, and you've either been in it a really long time or something else fucked happened, because normally escape pods are supposed to hover in space until they can't anymore when they run out of life support, and only then would they try and crash land on a normal surface. And that is Youngles. I will not comment on whether or not the players are being mature or immature. I am the person who brought dongles into this world. I can't really comment on it. But Calypso, what's running through your mind? What are you saying? What are you doing as you take in this whole situation?
I'm thinking that we need to move and get out of here and figure out what is our next move. Like, what are we doing? We need to get out of this pod and explore what's outside.
Yeah.
We have no hope for accessing the green screen of death that's done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we have no power. So it's time to move on. This is basically a dead fish. Like, let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a dead fish. There is in the belly of the dead fish some like survival stuff and items. We assume you might want to grab. Like, are you even thinking about that right now? You're like, show me what's up with the airlock.
Well, no, grab everything and go.
Okay, so you are like, there's like an assortment of like junk on the ground. There are the MRE like packets, you could think of them as. There's about 3 per person here. And you're gonna imagine Green Jean probably doesn't eat. Y'all all have your Trinity Standard spacesuits on already. You said there's glow sticks, flares, 2 radios, a translator, an SOS beacon. Let me actually check. So this is a lot of encumbrance, but Calypso is strong as fuck. I think you might be able to like limber all of this. Yeah, hold on. So your max is 10. 1, 2, 5. You can take basically, yeah, if you're willing to like go full encumbrance, you could like pick up like take like the box basically, right? Throw it on your back and be like, it's go time, and walk over here.
I say go for it.
It's go, yeah. You come over here, Oriana. A human comes up to join you, and yeah, you guys see the situation in the airlock. Kurizi, as Calypso heads in there, as everyone seems to be heading in, what are you thinking? What are you doing in this pod?
I want to take a couple of pieces from my pod. Just a few, you know. You never know what you might need on the way, right. Like maybe a hose or just a couple of pieces, you know.
Yeah. So you wanna like reach into the like the saline recirculator system and some of the more vulnerable stuff. And if one knew just where to like extend their finger and pop it out, you wouldn't need a tool to start ripping at some of the vulnerable internals, and you want to like try and give me a mechanics with a modifier of 2, which means that when you bring up your character sheet and you click on your mechanics, you'll just put a modifier 2 in there, and you have that because you have physical intuition as your talent. Okay, that's 1 success. You could go with that, or you could reach, gain 1 edge, and reroll all non-successful dice.
I think I'll keep with where I am right now.
All right, yeah. So you managed to pull out some clear tubes, clear tubes and electronic bits. It's not a repair part, but it is something you might have some use for at some point. And so you're rooting around in there. Green Jean, I'm assuming that you've done your survey and grabbed what you're going to grab. And Oriana and Calypso, y'all are in here. Oriana, you turn around and there's a human, and she's looking at you. Calypso, how are you like looking at the person who's between you and the exit door?
In complete annoyance, it's time to move. Let's go.
Yeah, she doesn't look happy, Oriana.
Oriana looks at and sees Calypso and just like steps out of the way. If you can get it to open, go for it.
Yeah, so Calypso, what you see here is a jammed airlock. You've seen a couple of these in your day. Looks like it probably got banged up hard in the landing. But there's a couple ways to reroute these. They're pretty standard. While there's still power, someone could jack into it if they had an appropriate tool or wanted to like tool around on the panel, or you could just using like your might or like a bit of metal you find somewhere. If you know where to like apply the right pressure to this based on how it's broken, you can force an automatic open, and it should, as long as the bolts haven't dropped, release the last of the gas from the pneumatic system and get it open. So you could try that. There's also the bolt release lever.
I'm gonna go with brute strength.
All right, so like there's like a bit of like the roof that came down, and it's like a kind of like a metal rod that doesn't look like it's going to be good for too long, but it should do here. And you cram it in, and you just try and give me, if you will, just a straight up mechanics test, which means that in your character sheet, under resilience, you'll just click mechanics, and then modifier 0, hit submit. Okay, do you want to be more careful when you do this, or do you want to do this faster?
Faster.
Okay, and to clarify why I just asked Vicky that question, is you'll note that she's got 2 of those little success symbols, right? That means she rolled 2 6s. One is her just success, she succeeded, period, it's done. But with any extra successes, she can twist to execute that success a little bit better. So Calypso comes up here, crams the metal, and inside like 10 seconds, this airlock, like with a hissing screech, opens up, and you guys feel like the world outside, and it is just sort of like, you know, a quick sand blast of heat and the escaping of the gases and temperatures in the pod. Everything seems fine. Your spacesuits tell you that the oxygen mix here is perfectly breathable. And yeah, they this is the world before you. You see this rugged like stone ridge, and you see that's about it, because it seems like you're in some sort of maybe like a gully or a valley. Okay, so Green Jean, you want to like come up here and pop out? Great. Oh, I see you talking, but I can't hear you.
Come on out, fleshies. The oxygen's fine. It's perfectly warm.
Yeah.
That's the robot.
I mean, send the bot out first, I always say.
That is proper protocol.
Yeah. So it's kind of a dry heat at the moment, and above there seems to be like a low cloud or almost like fog level. Indeed, Green Jean is a synth. I'm assuming that you guys would pile out, but if anybody would tarry in the escape pod or anything else you'd like to do or say, feel free to share that. I know Oriana and Therese, y'all are still in there.
I wish to. I'm gonna approach, because I assume that I have turned the corner just in time to see Captain like brute force the door.
Yeah, she's.
And I kind of, and there's like this like a little bit of a twinkle in my eye for a brief moment. I'm like, oh, that's probably gonna have more parts to it. That now that it's extra broken, possibly. So I want because I'm behind Oriana, I'm gonna wait because I don't want Oriana to see me like start scrapping. I have this look like, of course, after you, but inside I'm like, any time now, if that would be great.
Right, Oriana, you probably noticed that. Are you thinking about that at all? Are you just like heading out? Like what?
Oriana just makes a mental note, and then continues to leave the pod to join the others.
All right,
like a screwdriver behind your back.
And Kariza, you want to try and like salvage this place, basically, right? Thank you for 1,000 bits.
Oh, I 100% do. I want, if there's a way that I could have salvaged that screen, I would have done it. But Crazy knows that she probably would have definitely gotten caught if she would have been that deep in the pod for that long.
Wait. So are you trying to salvage the airlock without anybody noticing that you're salvaging the airlock?
Oh yeah, because that looks really
All right.
unprofessional to be ripping things apart without your captain's permission.
Green Jean, Calypso, and Oriana are all like, you're here. Crazy's kind of like, are you guys hanging out by the door? Are you going there? I will say this. When you step out immediately, what you see is this. Okay? To your west, big fuck-off spiky mountains. To your east, you're in like a gully. You're in what I will call from here on the Razor Tooth Ravine. Because it's like, on this side, there's like all these like sharp rocks. On the other side, there's all these sharp rocks. Right? But there's like a fairly wide, almost 20-meter wide, like... miracle it landed here, like landing strip almost. It goes from like this point where Pool's like up at the mountains down through to what you see as this like, it looks like maybe a dull green stuff like some miles from you down, and it's maybe there's water there, and it looks like it could be some sort of maybe even a wetland, which is good because that means there's water. And yeah, and again, there's like almost like a green haze, a perfect, again, background for Vicky, almost like a green haze to the clouds above, and like would heat, like there's like an intense sun above, and it's still beating down on you, but you get the feeling the clouds above are holding it back to some extent. And you don't see me, Jor, but and yeah, that's what y'all are seeing immediately as Karizi is trying to, lurk in the doorway. Wait a moment. Are y'all like doing or saying anything? Because as you look around, I'll tell you this: you don't recognize this planet at all, and you see no sign of any like non-natural structure other than this escape pod.
So Oriana's just observing everything. Taking it in.
Give me a scrutiny, Oriana. Give me a scrutiny test. Just straight up. As you're taking in the whole thing, you're very observant, you're studying your new surroundings. You get the feeling, you're like, I'm in a weird new place, I'm in a weird new environment, I'm not taking in everything. You could, if you wanted to, gain one edge and re-roll that, or you could let it lie.
I'll just let it lie for now.
Alright, yeah. There's nothing in particular after. Just let it lie for the moment. But you're looking around. Calypso, you see, yeah, the pod is absolutely fucked. You can see this side of it was totally banged up on the way down. And your east and downwards is this like wetlands area. To the west and up is these high rocky peaks. I will say this. Everyone knows elevation is probably going to be key to the signal strength of an SOS beacon if one were to plant.
I think we need to. The smart thing is to set up that SOS beacon. I'm not sure which one of us wants to take that role on.
What if this planet is inhabited by something?
So we should send the bot.
I mean, where do you think we should put it? And do you
planet?
And do you really think we should be separating at a time like this?
No, but the bot isn't human, so we can send it off.
While they're busy talking, can I be busy scrapping?
Yeah, well, Oriana.
They seem.
Is Oriana in the doorway though? Because
But they're all over there, so like at least I get a little bit of an angle. Like I might be able to.
honestly, Oriana, do you give a shit about the shuttle right now? Or are you focusing on the world and the conversation?
I'm kind of focusing more. Oriana is very observant to a fault, so they probably notice that like Cerezy is like annoyed that they're around and kind of moves off a little bit, like after like glancing over.
All right.
Maybe you should speak closer to the captain when she's speaking with you.
Amazing. So Karizi, yeah. So you note that you step forward a little. Karizi, give me a maneuver just to see how silently you do this. Okay, decently silent. But if somebody was like, checking, they would notice. Give me a mechanics test now, just straight up to like salvage.
I got +2 on my mechanics, right?
Correct. These are carefully disassembling here. Okay. You get one repair part. It was just like assembled metal bits and such, and you get the feeling that this whole escape pod probably doesn't have that much usable because of how dinged up it got, but it's got some scrap metal, and you might be able to like craft some stuff from that if you liked. You'd probably have to get out and use a lot of the exterior hull metal for it though. Yeah, particularly broken off bits that you could like, get a solid grip on. Oriana, Calypso, Green Jean are having this conversation meanwhile about who's going to take it. Are we going to go together? Are we going to activate the beacon uphill?
Tiny question.
Yes.
I noticed there's multiple different cryo spaces, little space pods in there. Are all of them dinged up?
The cryopods?
Yes.
They were relatively secure.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to try and here's the thing. There's a limit to what you're going to be able to grab without any sort of tool. Like if
no, it's more like a mental note for me. Because that should have like some type of gas already prepped in it, just in case.
So there's 8 closed cryopods. That being said, you did get the sense that you were under an emergency release. You came out a little more harshly than you would have normally. So you might intuit that there is a limit on how much you're going to be able to get out of the escape pod life support wise. It probably grounded. It's possible it didn't, but it probably grounded you when it ran out of life support up there. Unless it was made to crash for some other reason. Yeah. So that's what you take note of, that there's extra pods. And Calypso, Green Jean, Oriana, how do y'all think that conversation evolves?
I mean, we can all vote. What do you guys want to do? I'm willing to listen, only but for so long.
I mean, Oriana just is kind of looking around and eyeing things. I don't know if we should be sending. I don't know. I just don't know if we should be splitting up in any way. Maybe we should stick together, perhaps. Unknown planet, potentially monsters, and yes, robot. But maybe robot can fight too.
Numbers heighten the probability of survival.
Okay, so we can move as a group. Just don't slow us down.
So
I come out and I'm like, yes, of course, it's a group. I have no idea what the conversation's been about, but I pretend like I knew the whole thing. And I'm like, of course, Captain, that sounds like a great idea.
Affirmative. Will not slow you down. Speed mode engaged.
Okay, maybe not so great a captain. An idea. You. No.
amazing.
Please initiate humanoid protocol on speed temperance, please.
You guys, yeah. So, am I correct in believing that the vote here is move together up the mountainside?
That's my vote.
Yeah,
I
that's
vote
what I
that.
gather as well. Jean is getting down in almost like a sprinter's preparation to run position.
Oh goodness.
So he doesn't slow the team down. And as soon as we have a direction, he's gonna sprint in full force in that direction.
Easy. Yeah, so y'all make your way up the Razor Tooth Ravine. It is going to take you some time. And you guys you make your way through the Razor Tooth Ravine. and you ascend. And let me show you here the world map, if you will. Hopefully this isn't fucked up. Oh, did I give you guys... No, I didn't. Hold on. Okay. Now, you probably see this, right? Well, there's like a bit of a world map with like hexes and such. You guys make it up to the rocky peaks, and you still like know where the RTR is, but you've moved up a bit, right? You're at this these peaks, right? They're weathered in bands of white, yellow, orange, and russet red. There are sturdy, slanted rocks, the regular grooves mingling with dashed pebbles and broken off wedges in the gaps between the broken landscape. Here and there are spires or half-broken wedges emerging to form uneven platforms. And when you look around, everything is pretty flat for miles. Out to the east, you see the deep waters. You see like the wide waters of some sort of like area. Also, the air gets more humid and like even hotter up here. And the pressure even feels like you're being pressed upon. And the Thren feel that the most coming from the lowest gravity world. But everybody's kind of like, And climbing higher gives... Yeah, so you are, up here at the top of the mountains. And you guys see that there are, like, very great spires all around you. If you put it down here, right, you'll be at a pretty good elevation. But it's also hard to find necessarily, like, a great place to wedge it. If you put it down, however, at the top of a circuitous, N64 platformer, kind of like series of jumps, you think that you guys would have like the maximal chance, you know what I mean, of having the best signal strength. It's not going to be a safe or easy climb though. And Green Jean, I'm assuming, arrives before everybody else, unless anybody else wants to sprint. Technically speaking, both Oriana and Carizi are faster than Green Jean. But I don't know if y'all feel like sprinting right now.
I would like to save the energy I have in case I have to sprint.
Yep. So you're just prancing.
That's just me.
Yeah, prancing on the deer legs. Flip. So you're walking with the team. Green Jean gets here a little bit faster, and there's sort of a humid haze hung right above you. It almost distorts your vision, almost. And yeah, if you guys want to ascend here, you guys are probably going to need to check around and be sure of yourself and your footing. Do you guys have a conversation about this, or Calypso, do you just see that there's like a really tall place and you're like, I'm gonna plant it there?
I think Jean will probably pipe up and say,
I'll go up first, and I'll take this.
As he grabs a rope and probably like whatever can pass for pythons.
Well, so here's the thing. Y'all don't have any climbing gear.
Okay, so wait, there's no rope at all?
So in the you have, like, the items you have are what you have looted or what is in that pinned image in the group chat. That is the sum total of the emergency gear.
In the group chat. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
open that back up.
I mean, you got glow sticks, you got flares, but you have no rope at this time.
What else is in here? Oh wow, that's right.
How thick is this rock that we're climbing on? Is it malleable, like easy malleable, or is it?
It looks like it's very
dense.
worn. Anybody who wants to really think about these rocks and the patterns they're seeing could make me a systems test.
Can I make a systems test?
Absolutely, absolutely.
I'm not very good at systems, but I'll give it a shot.
All right, we're thinking about rocks. We're thinking about rock in our world. Okay, so Oriana, would you like more information about why the rocks are the way they are, or the usefulness of the rocks?
Usefulness.
The rocks look pretty well shaped. And if you can, like, you see there's like a plenty of, so what you take in if you get one success at all of you, right, is it looks like there's been like pretty advanced erosion, and the rock that's here, there's like a top level sediment buildup of just things that have washed over, but particularly here at the heights, this stuff is really worn down, and it is probably not like easily destroyed, but there are like broken off bits where there's like veins and stuff, like, and like you can obviously see like bits are broken off. And Kurizi, before I tell Oriana what I'm going to tell her about the usefulness, you have 2 twists. You could also learn about the usefulness. You could also learn about the source of erosion. I'm actually going to assume you take both of those.
Correct.
Okay. Here's what both Oriana and Kurizi know. They would make good, like, arrowheads. They would make good throwing stones. Like, they're, like, particularly some of the ones with a nice wedge. Like, if you, like, huck that at something, you could fuck them up. Like, it's not, like, a great weapon, but it is, in terms of rocks to throw at someone, it's no skipping pebble. Like, that'll do some damage. You will take out a window with that. You know what I mean? In terms of the cause, Kurizi, you definitely think this has to be acidic in nature. Not immediate, but, like, gradual over time. You are going to go ahead and guess that the water behind you probably has a certain amount of acidity to it. Not like a melt your leg off amount, but you don't want to drink that amount. Which also implies that that is the rain on this world.
Can I start looking for pocket-sized rocks that can fit in my pocket?
Absolutely. You start pocketing it up, and if you just spend, like, I would say, like a few minutes, then we'll say that you have, like, pocket of rocks.
Pocket of rocks.
Pocket of rocks.
I want to pick up a decently sized one.
Yeah.
Just like a palm-sized one.
Mm-hmm.
And I look over to the captain and I say, Captain, the erosion from this rock leads me to believe that the water on this planet is not exactly good for our health. And the heat would have me guessing that it possibly, if it does rain, could be extremely bad for our health. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but I definitely wouldn't want to be here in the rain too long. I have a proposition.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
We could make primitive hand spikes, and we could climb the rock.
That is an awesome idea.
Thank you. I learned it in college.
Oh, you went to college?
It's in my resume.
Okay. I'd love to talk to you about that a little bit more. I would love to learn more about that.
Sure, and then of course, on a maybe more non-duress time.
So, Kurizi, you're gonna try and like fashion those rocks, right?
I am going to try my best to fashion these rocks.
And Green Jean, do you want to start climbing while all this happens?
I will actually look for some graph ball sized rocks.
All right, so you'll
and start polishing them.
You'll find them, but the thing is, they're like tend to be very triangular, so you're gonna be like you're gonna be doing this for a while if you want to like rub them down to a circle. But you could go for it if you want.
Yeah, while they're sorting out hand grabbers, I'm gonna make some very aerodynamic projectiles.
Look,
just in case.
Y'all are rock farming. You know you're very resourceful. When life gives you rocks, create rock climbing gear, rock munitions, maybe a rock lobster for dinner. I don't know. Yeah. Reminder: you guys have, assuming Green Jean gives up his portions, 4 days of food. Actually, is that true? I'll check. So yeah, you guys, you said about doing your rock work, right? Green Jean and Karizi, give me a mechanics test. Karizi for physical intuition. This gains a modifier of 2.
Do I still need my modifier 2 as well? Correct. Okay.
Yes, you need use it. All right. Now, Jean, do you want to do this faster, or do you want to make it a nicer like engraved, like kind of like, you know, put dots on the side sort of ball?
No, I'm gonna do it faster. If the engraving doesn't add any kind of functionality, I'm gonna just do it faster.
All right. Yeah, you do it faster. You have a grav ball shaped rock. You suspect if you threw it at someone, they would have a bad time, given the wind up on that arm of yours. Karizi, all right, you've got rock climbing gear. It's something. Here's the thing about it, right? By default, it's going to be heavy, brittle, and it's gonna provide a +1 to only the first climbing attempt in a sequence. You have 2 twists. You can remove 2 out of those 3 facts. And if you remove the +1 to only the first climbing attempt, it would just make it a strict +1, just like climbing gear. Which of those 2 facts do you want to remove? And I'm also assuming that you're fashioning rock climbing gear for the whole gang.
I'm definitely trying to get everyone in the gang. And is there a way I can remove the brittle?
Absolutely. It's just you pick 2 of these 3 things you want to remove. So brittle is gone. Now you could make it lighter, or you could make it just better at its job.
I think I'm gonna make it better for its job.
Okay, so you guys, so rock climbing gear, +1 to climbing tests to maneuver, and here's the thing about it is heavy, so everybody, that's going to be 1 encumbrance if you take it and like have it on yourself.
Can I say that I use the tubes to like fasten it?
Yeah, because you need something that would be like rope-like to just sort of like connect. Yeah. So you're using the tubes from. Guys, Karizi whips out what look like tubes from like some sort of like medical equipment and bands them together with these rocks, and after a while manages to make just the right amount of like bashing and like carving that it works out. Yeah, that's your go. That's your Calypso. Oriana, you see that there's some finely fashioned rock climbing gear. Jean has has made a circle. The robot has taken a rock and turned it into a circle. Feel free to interpret that information however you would like. But you guys are in the hazy pressure of this mountain region, and you think that unless you deployed a pressure tent, this would probably be a pretty uncomfortable place to be. Although you do have 3 of those, and yeah, the rocky ascent is before you if you'd like to take it.
I'm down.
All right.
Also, Oriana makes a mental note to ask the robot to polish the rocks in her pocket later, so that they're more easily thrown.
Yeah. Yeah, we can imagine that like a well-shaped rock is going to get you better range. So, y'all stand before this. Anybody who wants to climb, you're going to have to roll first a scrutiny to like figure out like your footing, and then a maneuver to climb, which will get a +1 because of the climbing gear. Anybody who wants to climb, feel free to do that. And because you guys are all facing this test together, any successes you get, you can share with your buddies. And any like twists that you get on the scrutiny, you're going to be able to pay forward as bonuses to the climbing. All right. The Green Gene, your visual receptors are not coming through great because you weren't used to sort of interference. You don't have that firmware package. Okay, but you get a super twist on the climb. All right, Calypso, this is a heavy, unusual environment. You're like, fuck, is this like a heat mirage, or am I grabbing a rock? Now give me that maneuver. All right. Oh, don't forget your maneuvers are all modifier 1. So, Oriana, yeah, make me your maneuver with a modifier of 3 overall, Oriana.
Okay.
All right, and Calypso, would you not super certain, would you still try and climb?
I am not going to try to climb.
All right, you check it out, and you're like,
No.
Right.
We don't all have to go.
Who has the SOS beacon? Calypso? Or did you give it to the robot?
Yeah, it could be strapped to my back.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, Calypso, would you give him the beacon?
Yes.
All right, so you pop the beacon onto his back. Green Gene, you have a super twist. That means the next time that you would make this sort of a test, you gain 1 automatic success. And Oriana climbs very well, and you could twist to either climb quicker or safer, Oriana, at your preference.
Probably safer.
All right, so you're like taking a step at a time. You're keeping all of your this in mind. Green Gene is doing like handstands and flipping and rolling as he ascends. You're climbing too, but he is like a very fast. Gene, you are at like the ultimate apex of this climbable area, and there is like a platform-ish. There's like sort of a groove here. Although if you don't do anything in particular to secure it, you get the feeling it's probably going to get knocked over in the event of any serious weather.
Okay, then I'm gonna, as I get to the peak, use that polished rock and slam dunk a nice good divot to put this you know.
All right, so you want to go caveman on the.
I want to come on and slam.
Yeah, and welcome to the jam. I'm gonna call that a modifier 1 weapon. Give me a melee modifier 1.
Cool.
Oriana, you're catching up to Green as you see him go.
Chaos dunk.
Oh my God, no! You're gonna get it. All right, yeah. So Green Gene, that's a pretty damn good plopping there. You're knocking off a lot of dust and dirt. Oriana, you're here. Green Gene is just absolutely going ham on the ground. You sense that he's trying to like form a divot. What would you be doing? What would you be taking in? Oh, and at this height, by the way, Oriana, you can see clearly. You guys all see it if you guys focus on it. But Oriana, you take this in immediately. There is a pillar of smoke coming from a crater somewhere to your west.
So she's probably going to be focusing on the pillar of smoke then, and not like half paying attention to what the robot is doing, but kind of just like, yeah, robot's got it. All right, what else can I observe? And it's kind of like trying to like form hypothesis in her mind.
Give me a scrutiny with, I'm gonna say a modifier of -1 because the haze is getting to you. The heat, the humidity, it's kind of it's muggy. You know what I mean? You see through the lies of the Jedi and the heat distortion, and yeah. So with your twists here, you could just gain more general info, gain better gauge of distance, or take in surrounding area. Which of those 2 twists do you want to take?
I would probably gain better gauge of the distance because I imagine we're gonna have to go to where the smoke is or away from where the smoke is. So.
All right, and you can take 1 more.
Probably more general info.
All right, so you scope it out. It's going to be marked on the map. I've updated your journal. it looks like it's going to be a 20-hour hike. Like, you get the feeling that it would be like a full, like, so 10-hour thirds are funny, but a full day's travel to reach there from here, assuming nothing goes wrong in descending the fairly, like, sheer and rocky cliffs that you are looking down at. Because there's no Razortooth Ravine equivalent going down this way, you know what I mean? And that's what you take in about the distance. And in terms of the like the pit itself, it looks almost like there's been some sort of like there's a fire there, a deep raging fire, and it's like it's in amidst, like, there's stone all around, but it's like you see all around these badlands of like jagged semi-triangular rock broken and like thrown about. This place is just like that, except it's like a hole has opened up into it, like orbed out below, and just collapsed. And this is a all long trail of smoke, and your immediate hypothesis is that that's not a natural wildfire. Rocks don't naturally catch on fire. Whatever's in that pit is engaged in a huge burn-off. It could be, there's a couple explanations here, but technology is one explanation.
So I'm gonna wait for Jean to stop pounding on the rock, and when they're ready, I'm gonna look over and ask say, she looks over at the robot and is like, "Hey, robot, can you figure out what that smoke maybe is made of? Maybe? Can you sense anything like that? I don't know how your robotness works."
Green, your ocular sensors don't have chemi analyzers, although that's not impossible to have installed. Your corporeal just doesn't have it, because you have more of a rough and tumble frame. But a look over at what she indicates,
Much further than a grab ball field.
if you had to guess, it would be burn off maybe from some sort of I'm going to give you a systems with a modifier of 3 on this one, Gene, because like you do have like enhanced on your eyes to a certain extent. And you can like sort of like make some sense of the texture. Yeah, you think that it looks like, so the heat generation it has characteristics that reminds you of engine thrust, but the burn off and the way that it looks in plumes almost feels more like a natural sort of gas. So you're not sure what's happened in that hole, but you do think there is a constructed aspect to it and a natural aspect, based on your interpretation of the way the gas looks and the fire looks.
Enhance. Enhance.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems to be some sort of exhaust.
You think?
Quite sure. Can't tell if it's organic or not. Definitely not naturally occurring.
Yeah. I wonder if we should be heading towards it or running away from it.
I think away from it as far as we can go, as in maybe off of the surface of this planet.
Well, yeah, that would be the idea.
Can I search around to see if there are any others like this?
So, when you go like full enhancer mode, as best you can, no, you see lots of badland, but far to the west you see a different sort of terrain. You see, like, it's fuzzy. You're getting a really granular picture, but it looks like maybe grass, maybe some sort of vegetation, and a divot in the land, maybe a valley. It's to the west beyond the crater.
Many days and many moons away.
It's not nothing. But you would guess that it would be it's a day's travel to the crater. Looks like it would be another day's travel, slightly south and west. Like, south by southwest, if you will. Or west by west south, actually. I don't fucking know. Point is, yeah, it would be an extra day's travel. So 1 day to get out there, another day to get further down.
So, Gene will point towards that, that verdant area, that greenish area.
Well, it's orange grass, but yes.
Oh, that area looks more suitable for your biologicals. Either way, we probably don't want to be near this pit of flame, and there might be something edible you all can eat or soft to sleep on. Something soft to sleep on.
Yeah. While y'all are up there, Calypso and Karizi, y'all are chilling. You've decided I'm not on the rock climber wall today. Do y'all have a conversation? Karizi, you're already calling Calypso captain. What kind of situation is evolving here? Are you guys just like enjoying the silence as you watch them climb?
I think as they first start climbing, there's like this small like look in her eye as she watches like the extra like hoses go up in the distance, and she thinks to herself, I really hope they bring those back down. I mean, of course they have to bring them right down, right? Because they went up with them, they have to get back down. So there's a moment of distraction or heightened attention on it.
Yeah. So Calypso, what you see is Karizi really seems to be watching your companions. You could make an insight to see what she's looking for, or you could not. But you're just chilling here with Karizi right now. Anything you'd say or do, or are you just taking a knee while they hike up there?
I attempt to start a conversation to brainstorm ideas of where we should go next. Once we drop off that beacon, we got to move out of here. It's not good weather for us.
I agree, Captain. We are very close to. There was some water not too far from here. My only fear is I wonder if they have the same tides, if they increase with too much water, or how frequent the rainfall is, if there is.
Yeah. No, it's true. If it's all just one big acid wall, we need some type of safe water. We have to find it. We're not going to last long on this rock.
I would note when you look down there, you guys do see there's green, like there's like shafts and stuff that suggest like greenery, almost like it's like some sort of a wetland. There's water, but also growth.
Yeah, it could be all acid, or else there wouldn't be any grass, or the water would be completely acidic, right?
Yeah, so I would say,
or it's feeding off of different things to grow.
Yeah, so I would say, generally speaking, what you would call it is an acrid fen, which is literally the name of the map location, so I'm just dropping that one on y'all. But yeah, so it seems to be an acrid fen. But yeah, there's concerns there. There's concerns about water. There's other stuff. I will say, your rations, right? They have like an amount of liquid that'll like get you through. So we can assume that as long as you have one of your like standard rations to fall back on, you won't die of dehydration. But important note, that assumption is not true of any other food item that you find on this world, unless it's also a standard ration that hasn't gone bad. Speaking of which, Calypso, you have all those on you. Do you check them out?
I guess I should. I should count how many we got.
Anyone who checks out those food rations, give me a medicine test.
I was just about to ask for a piece of the food too, so this works out. So I will generally be like, is there like a tiny piece, a little tiny piece that I can?
We should be rationing this. We shouldn't just be nibbling.
Oh, I'm not gonna eat it. But you're
Yeah,
right.
they-
It is gonna go somewhere.
So, okay, so Green Jean, the problem is you're not presently down the, so like, okay, Green Jean, you're planting, you bash in the hole, I'm assuming you plant the SOS beacon, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that
It
was.
goes-
Yeah.
And, I mean, yeah, if you want to make the medicine test while you're looking in there, Kurizi, you could do it. Calypso, you don't think anything's wrong, but if you want to be sure, you could reach, gaining 1 edge, and re-rolling all your dice. And edge is like an extra dice you roll, but sometimes when a 1 comes up, bad stuff happens, to be clear.
No pressure.
Yeah, so you don't have to reach if you don't want to, Calypso.
I'm sorry?
So would you like to reach? Which is basically just you gain 1 edge and reroll all your dice.
Sure.
All right, so I'll pop your edge up to 1, and now click me a medicine 1 more time. And Kurizi, you have like when Calypso opens it, you can like peer over her shoulder if you want.
I most definitely do.
All right. So yeah, you're like maybe, but you give a second look. You're stressing out about this, Calypso, and Kurizi's joining in, and yeah, you guys are very quickly coming to a conclusion, which is, hey, there's some shit in here that there shouldn't be. Tabletop Anthologies, thank you for the raid. Fun fact, this was actually a suggestion to the module by Judge Wolf. Yeah, there's definitely bacteria in there. And you're going to need to separate it out to ensure the rations don't get rotted away. And you're going to have to like portion out bits of this almost like protein powdery but consumable kind of like MRE stuff. Or if you consume it, you're going to be like, you know, it's going to be a bad time. And they're already beginning to grow and eat through your rations. And for every day you'd waited, you would have lost another ration before making a close inspection.
I am so deeply saddened with this resort. And I am like, I will make sure to take care of the bad stuff. I put my hand down, my cap. He would just, just see it going to waste anyways.
Yeah, so Calypso, would you allow Kurizi to hand sift and get this bacteria out of the rations?
Yes, I hand over the rations to her so she can get through it. I do keep a very close eye to make sure no rations
go missing. Yeah, you got full eyes on Kurizi. Meanwhile, up top, Green Jean has planted the beacon, and ding ding ding, Oriana and Green Jean see signal strength 3 on this SOS beacon. So it's presently at signal rating 3. So it seems like there's some atmospheric interference and other stuff. You know that the best possible rating is a 7. You guys have actually done a great job because you've gotten into a really high location. Right now, for securing it, you've got like a bashed groove that I'll say covers a third of the size, right? And it's been lowered in. So it would be any pushing around on it, unless it was incredibly severe, would probably keep it down. You know what I mean? So that's what you're looking at. What do you, Oriana? You got any particular thoughts, feelings? You can also take a look down at the acrid fen to the east.
Yeah, I think Oriana's just kind of looking around, taking everything in, kind of figuring out what to report back to Calypso, since it seems like we're going to need her opinion on everything we do. So kind of thinking about how best to take the information that Jean gave to her and sell it to Calypso in a way that makes sense.
Give me a scrutiny again. I know I'm calling for lots of tests up here, but you got eagle eyes. You're getting good info. Yeah, give me a scrutiny. Check out the acrid fen. Okay. With that extra information, you could focus on You could focus on the growth in the fen, or you could focus on what seems to be like the expanse of the fen, like what seems to be around it or its boundaries.
Yeah, probably what's around it.
Okay, so there's definitely growth in the fen. There's tiniest buzzings that give you the feeling like certain sways in the movement that couldn't be accounted for by any great winds because you're not feeling any even up here. Get the feeling that it's like a place with life. You know what I mean? And in addition to that, you note that there are areas of badland around it that are like slightly, like they're like very low and broken, but some of them definitely look like they could be places to hide or do other stuff, but they look washed. You know what I mean? It looks like rising waters overcome. No, there's four. Two of them have climbed up. Yeah, Severian. I think this is literally Ardent Descent. They just found the bacteria that Judge Wolf suggested I put in the rations. But yeah, so that's so Oriana, that's what you take in about the Acrid Fen to the east, and it would probably take you most of the rest of the day to get down there because you guys have already hiked up here. But going down the ravine, up and down the ravine is the easiest way. Otherwise, the terrain around it, like on the mountainside, is like absolutely. I'll literally show you. Like it's spiky. You know what I mean? It's spiky on your way down to the Acrid Fen, which is like they're all abbreviated by their name. You're on the Rocky Peaks. This is the Razortooth Ravine. AF is the Acrid Fen, and SC is the Smoking Crater. And OC is the Orange Canyon, and this, is here. OC, do not steal. So that's the setup, and that's about what you've taken in. Like the Razortooth Ravine is the best way up and down here, and the Acrid Fen below has some like badlands all around it, but it's a pretty wide area, and yeah, definitely suggestions of life. And with that, I think unless you guys want to do anything extra to secure or mess with the signal with the SOS beacon, which is presently giving you a 3 signal rating out of maximum potential of say 7, then you guys could climb back down.
I mean, yeah, I'm ready to go. I guess I'll check in with the robot. Be like, you good?
I just want to use some of the impact, like the rocks and dirt, to secure it a little bit.
Yeah. Give me a mechanics to just use like basically built an earthworks around it. Try and pile in because you've made some little pebbles with your bashing here. And Max Ryder, this scenario literally begins in the escape pod, and they don't know why because they woke up from cryo. In the pod. Gene, yeah, just hit me that mechanics, and we'll see how well you secure it. Yeah, you seem to do a fine job. It seems like it's probably pretty deep in that hole, unless it gets really ripped out of here. It's probably gonna stay put. So is that? With that, would y'all descend?
Yeah, I would.
You guys have a vantage in the haze now, and you've gotten used to it. You guys could roll a maneuver with a baseline of modifier 2 to get down, and with your climbing tools, it's an extra 1. So, Oriana and Green Jean, roll me modifier 3 maneuvers to just hop on down.
Yeah.
So, there is something in this game called... If Green Jean had gotten any extra successes, he could help you. Or if you want to spend a process, you're going to get more. But you could also reach. If you wanna reach, you could do that. And what that means is you gain 1 edge and roll all on successful dice, aka all the dice in this scenario.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. So I can just reroll everything basically.
Correct. So you'll gain 1 edge, and it's tied to your blue bar. So I'll plus 1.
Okay.
Roll 1 more d6 because you gain the edge and then you roll it.
Oh, okay. 1 more d6.
Yeah, just a single d6. Okay, yeah. If that was a 1, you might have had a problem. Flesh Party username is a wonderful username, isn't it? Green Gene. He's the green machine. So you guys pop out. There's a moment where Oriana's hoof like slips, and you're like, ah! But she does a quick Bambi scatter, and it's all good. They make it down with Green Gene, just fine. And y'all see the sun is advancing. It's been long enough. It's been an hour or two. You can tell this is no 24-hour day planet. That shit's probably going to be in the sky for a while. You're probably going to have to move a bit west. So, like, even though this doesn't make a lot of sense, you'll have 20-hour days and maybe 10-hour nights-ish in this, like, block speaking. And you'll be able to move for 2 portions of the day and then want to rest at night unless you really want to push on hard. Or move at night if you want. Who knows? Y'all are back down. Y'all know what you know. And you guys see Calypso and Karizi have portioned out something from your meal. It looks nasty. It looks like they're spreading something nasty out of the food stuff and separating it. So yeah. I assume all eyes fall on Calypso.
Yeah.
All right, Captain.
I'm gonna tell Calypso like what I know about like the Fen and stuff and how we saw giant smoke, and the robot says we shouldn't go that way. We should go that way because there's like potentially life and places to hide.
Okay. Well, as we were down here, we noticed that there's bacteria in our rations. So that's all this yucky stuff. So, you know.
Great.
If there's a place we can go that has potential for life and water and survival will be higher, then we should definitely get moving. And I don't necessarily like listening to bots, but we can stay away from the fiery plumes of death. And let's get moving, guys. We can't stay here that much longer.
All right, and
I take my tubes back from the.
get your tubes back.
Can we circle back to the crashed ship? Is it still there?
It's still in the Razortooth Ravine. Yeah. Do you guys? It would. To be clear here, like I let you guys come here without spending a full 10 hours, but technically speaking, it is a 10-hour third travel away from where you are. So it's not like a short jaunt to be making casually, but you could do it. What are you thinking?
I suggest we retrieve the cryo tanks from the crashed ship. They might be able to be repurposed into weapons. If there's life here, there's a food chain. If there's a food chain, there are predators.
Maybe Robot's not wrong.
Do we none of us have weapons?
Nope. You guys have what was in the escape pod and not like the emergency stuff and nothing further. They don't put like the train doesn't put like a shotgun and a revolver in there for you and like a sword to boot.
Really?
Y'all are gonna have to figure that one out. But yeah, the only like metal alloys out and about that you see are back at that escape pod. So if y'all want to bust it up and like start turning some of that into weapons, I literally have rules for that. If you guys want to head there, I'll treat it as like because it's like a halfway from Razortooth Ravine to up here. Like I didn't count this as a 10-hour third for travel. Popping back like there and back again is going to be a 10-hour third. That'll be half your day. If you're cool with that.
Yeah, we need weapons.
Might I suggest the cryogenic pod tanks, whether the predators be cold-blooded or warm, they won't like a burst of cold compressed air.
All right, yeah.
I mean, I also have rocks in my pocket, just so everybody's aware, in case.
She's rocking them.
I'm sorry, I wasn't muted.
Rock on.
All right, so yeah, y'all pop back to the crash landing. There is a fucked up escape pod here. If you guys want to, everybody who wants to like salvage for bits and like break shit off of it, give me a mechanics roll. Oriana, you are a Kurizi, you're gonna get a mod too. And And yeah, so you guys are going to be able to disassemble it. After one go on this, there's not going to be further tests available. You will have stripped all of the useful stuff. So if you're really hankering for more hits, you go ahead and reach. All right, Calypso, you start. You know what you know, much like a butcher knows like the parts of a chicken, a captain of the space seas knows the parts of an escape pod. You go right there. You're ripping off the fender. You're like, yeah, you know this one's valuable. You go for the exhaust tubes. The process, and even Calypso, you see a bit of the fuselage is completely unaccounted for, neither in the wreckage nor on the ship. Huh. Must have broken off coming down. Wonder where that went. Probably would have had some fuel in it. Burning. So that's what you see. That's what you do. Kurizi, you could reach this if you want.
I think I want to reach it.
Nice. Just, Oriana. Oriana, you're like trying to you hop up. You're trying to pull something. He's like, and then in the process, like it sort of like goes twang. You fall, and the rocks spill out of your pocket. It's quite embarrassing, and you have to spend like 10 minutes like picking up all your rocks. Some of them roll partially down.
Oh no, you fall and all the rocks fall out of your pocket.
It's
Like
unfortunate.
spaghetti.
That's your shock level 1 result is just like the pocket.
Typical.
Yeah, I'm assuming you run after the rocks and like gather them.
Of course I do. I'm not
Alright.
letting those valuable rocks that could be ammo.
Yeah, so Kurizi, gain 1 edge, and then re-roll your non-successful dice to just a modifier of only 1 because you already got a success, right? And Calypso, you've already got a great. So Calypso, you pull off 3 repair parts. Kurizi, that's a super twist right there. You are oh fuck, what am I doing? I clicked on the wrong button, slobs. All right, yeah, you're salvaging the pod, right? It takes you guys 10 minutes to get this. Kurizi, you gain 4 repair parts, and you do it quite well. And Green Jean, are you participating here?
What's up?
Are you salvaging the escape pod for repair parts? This is going to be more or less.
Yeah, I'm trying to take out the cryo tanks, specifically the ones that were to be saving the biogel. Ow! Why?
Oh no! Did Kitten get aggro?
Yeah, Teagle came to visit, by the way, and every time I stop rubbing him, he gets kind of pissed off.
That's okay. He's very adorable. We got to keep him happy. If you want to make a mechanics test, -1 for that, because it's got all, like, you can imagine like a propane accessory sort of situation, right? Lots of like beveled metal with like bolted in, wrenched in stuff, right? So just using your hands, it's gonna be a modifier -1.
Ouch. Okay. -1.
Stop that, please. I need this hand. I'll be back in a second. Oh my god. I'm sorry.
All right, yeah, with a twist.
I don't think I added the -1. I'm sorry.
It's all good. Well, you're the final dice in that row wasn't a 6 anyway, so wouldn't change the result. With a twist, you can either get one that is like ready to spray its contents, or you can get it to have a bit more contents. What are you aiming for here?
I'm aiming for one that has a bit more content.
Okay. So rather than a fueled 2, this is going to be a cryo fueled 4 weapon. It is a ranged weapon. It is range 6 to 12 meters. It special as shotgun. You can spray it like adjacent people as well. It is a mod -1 to shoot. It is a damage 3 subdue weapon. And every time it shoots, you're gonna have to you're gonna roll your resource, and eventually you're gonna run out of cryo fuel in there. But Green Jean comes out with a cryo shooting machine with a little spout on it.
Sick.
And if you guys want to bang, so you guys look at the shuttle, like almost collapses a little bit extra. You've ripped off everything that's removable without a specialized tool. You've like gone inside and seen what isn't ruptured or fucked up. Some of the gases have gotten in here, like from the plant, and they've not been happy with the metal. Like you've salvaged this wreck, right?
I want to get because you said there was a couple that were empty. That's one of the ones I'm eyeing itself. Is I want to get one that has the ability.
Empty cryo tank.
Yeah, because I have plans for it.
Yeah, you got super twist. I'll say in addition to your repair parts, you grab an empty cryo tank, and that's Oriana. Your rocks are all together by the end of this. And do you guys want to like? Yeah. Okay. Let me put it this way. If you guys want to so right now I'm telling you how many like repair parts you're getting. You could turn one of those repair parts into a knife. If you wanted to. Does anybody want to change that out for a knife? One of the repair parts you're getting.
Yes, I do.
All right, so Calypso, you have 2 repair parts and a knife.
Yes.
And a knife, which I will just punch into your care sheet. But for everyone's reference, it's a mod 0, damage 2, cutting weapon. Cutting just means, rather than adding extra damage, you can spend a twist to put bleed on your enemy, and they'll lose 1 health at the end of each of their turns until they staunch the bleeding. Fun fact about animals, they normally do not know how to staunch bleeding or apply medkits. Just fun fact about animals.
What?
The full extent of their medical care is licky.
Yeah. Unless they have some real special fun time saliva, they are not sealing no wounds you're putting in them with this knife with that. So that you could put a death sentence on an animal with that. And you've got that in the melee weapon right now, Calypso. And here's another special thing I will offer. With a super twist, I would let you turn like plates of metal. You get like 3 less repair parts from this, but you could turn it into like a shitty bulky suit of metal armor. Think like plate, but made with sci-fi materials. That if you want to do that, Kurizi, that would eat 3/4 of your repair parts. Its armor points is 6. It has bulky. It imposes a -2 maneuver on your movements. And bulky isn't a great property either. But if added to your suit, whoever was wearing it,
What's the matter?
Whoever was wearing it would have 7 armor points.
All right.
So, I guess I approach my captain because I give this option, and then I also give. I have a plan. I was thinking about taking the bacteria that we've just gotten, putting it in the empty cryo tank, adding a little bit of acid, and being able to spray that out at people. Just a curiosity to see how exactly it affects. Because if it is just a little bit acidic, it'll get into the wounds, and it possibly could be very detrimental. Especially if we can siphon it out and make it more, I don't know, more acidic.
So you want to take our bacteria,
yep,
and try to make it into a acidic spray?
Because there's already we've definitely confirmed, Captain, that there is acid in the water.
Yes.
So I'd like to make a concoction with what we have, with the bacteria that we have, and their bacteria that they're used to, and making what would be a very potent combination that these creatures are not used to, in hopes that not only would it fend them away when sprayed, but they may not want to encounter. It is up to you, of course. If you wish for me to make a bulky, you are the captain.
I think the more weapons that we have, the better. So I say go for it. We need to be able to defend ourselves.
So I do have 5 repair. So it
Thanks for the news. You are pulling 4 repair parts, Guruzi.
Well, I have 5 because I have the previous one.
Yes. Okay. So you got 5 total. And you
But
want to
I technically do both if possible, or
if you want to use all your repair parts, I will permit you to make a mechanics test to craft this thing. Modifier 2 because it's negative 2 because it's hard. Plus 2 because you're good at crafting comes out to a 0. If you want to just try and like boop boop boop, use some tubes, use some stuff to make this.
Okay.
And Oriana, I'm assuming you're keeping your eyes out as you often do.
Yeah, because she obviously can't make her own weapons. That doesn't work for her. So she's kind of just looking around, maybe more rocks, or maybe somebody left a part somewhere that she could scavenge, perhaps.
Yeah, you notice 2 things. One, you check out like the food packages that Calypso has, and you know that it looks like there was a seal problem. You'd guess that the bacteria is probably from like when someone was just doing a routine inspection of the pod and they fucked up a little. So you think that it's like space bacteria, like bacteria from like other worlds and other ecosystems.
That's even better. Fucking
Yeah.
up the world.
And in addition to that, Oriana, you find a really bendy piece of metal. And it's not usable as a repair part or anything like that, but it would form a great basis for a bow if someone could find you a usable string and attach it. And that's the dangerous to go alone. You got bow options here. Yes, Craig?
Speaking of which, I was actually just about to ask, could I try to find some fabric, or even maybe where the rations wrapped in some sort of fabric, or maybe there's fabric on like people who didn't make it in the ship?
There's no like corpses or anything in the ship. What I will say is this: you guys do have pressure tents, and the pressure tent is made of like this like rubbery material, and it's got like cords and tubes on it, and you have 3 of those right now, and they can fit more than one person. If you wanted to sacrifice one of them, you could potentially get enough to make like a rubber poncho out of, maybe like sling or bow materials.
No, what I'm looking for. Wait, what would I have like a team jersey?
Oh, because you smuggled yourself aboard, I think that you would have that with you. Yes, that's your one personal effect they'll give you.
And I have to sacrifice it in making a sling materials, basically.
Yeah, so you want to fashion yourself a sling?
I'm gonna fashion as many slings as I can, because I mean, when it comes to danger, I'm just gonna sling myself at it, or throw one of these polished rocks that I'm trying to, use the spray thing. But I'll say, hold on, I'll turn to the party and be like,
This is an ancient biological weapon. It works like this.
And I load a rock into the sling and I whip it around and whip it at something.
Oria's gonna watch you do that, and after she's just gonna walk up to you and take like a pile of rocks out of her pocket and hand them to you and be like, "Do you need more rocks?" Yeah.
I'll just huck these.
Okay.
And I'll hold up big, like a graph ball sized rock.
Amazing. And Green, do you offer to you're a good napsman. Do you want to nap Oriana's rocks to be like more lethal? Or Oriana, are you gonna ask for that, or?
Yeah, she'll ask him if he will make her rocks look like his rocks.
If I could just make like any rocks that I get into like in the shapes of like different dice.
Oh my god, the polyhedrals. Oh my god, you're gonna rock
beside the one that has to step on the D4. But like, I'm just gonna get like a bunch that are just polyhedral cut. So that some of them, no matter what, they'll hit somebody with a flat side or a pointed side.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
That.
And
I'll make the graph box, the graph balls, D20s.
All right, so I know what the weapon is going to be that Malia Saito has, but it is going to need to be, it's going to need some water, some acidic water to go along with it.
That's the plan.
You got the D20 rocks, okay. So Kurizi and Green Jean, you guys have like some decently damaging rocks on you, I'm going to say. And more importantly, you can sling them further than you'd be able to. You have like a 10-20 meter range on you right now for hucking your rocks. Rock hucking range. Alright. You guys are... Yeah, you've got everything. Here's a question. There's now just a suit of polycarb plate armor here. Who's wearing that?
So I do manage to do both.
You do manage to do both. You've got like a weird spraying thing. You're gonna need some water in there, but it's presently got bacteria.
I look over at the captain. I'm like, oh, I just conveniently had enough parts for both. I don't know where I got the extra parts, but it just so happened that I had the extra parts to do both.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Captain, I would let you know.
Thank you. I appreciate all your hard work.
I leave the suit.
Like, where did you learn all of this? That's pretty cool.
The academy.
The academy? Oh, I thought it was college.
The academy's college.
Okay.
It's really very 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 out there in the galaxy. Very out there. You know, I traveled really far away to to get away from my. There's just not as many jobs, once you get out of the academy, college academy. It's a pretty cool armor, super cool, and I worked really hard on it, Captain.
The
and
armor
I think
is very well constructed.
It is. Yeah. So it'll give you a lot of armor points. It's a -2 to any maneuver checks you're making while you're wearing it, and it halves your movement speed.
So, who wants the armor?
Oriana's gonna like half listen, but then like when she gets a moment, ask Jean to make her a bow with the bendy metal thing.
All right, yeah. You show the bendy metal thing, and yeah, you guys think that there's probably like some like wire that could be used here. Green, do you construct the bow?
I don't think constructing things is my best skill.
Yeah,
but I can certainly help strip like what's left of that ship.
Yeah, Kurizi,
like strip the walls for wire.
Kurizi, when you see this going on, or do you offer your services?
If I hear any type of construction or anything like that, it's like my little eyes twinkle for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
And I hold back everything I possibly can to be like, I just, if you need some assistance, I could lend a hand.
Can you make a bow with this or something?
I mean, I could definitely try. I try to hold back my excitement. I'm like, I can try.
Okay.
Deconstruction mode activated.
All right, and what is this going to be? Is Green Jean, you're going to offer a modifier of your mechanics skill to Kurizi to help make this happen. Your mechanics skill is 0. Just kidding. Endurance skill. Your endurance skill is 4 because you're popping stuff off. Kurizi's sorting through it. Kurizi, make me a mechanics with a modifier of 6 from your talent and the assistance of Jean. Okay. Oriana. You now have a bow. That's a super twist to make this bow. Okay. It is single shot, side action to reload, +2 mod, 2 damage, range. It's an excellent bow. 60, 120 meters. Congratulations, you are and there's also like a quiver from the bits that Green Jean peels off. You feel like if you had to use stone arrowheads, they'd only be 1 damage, but because you're having metal arrowheads, you have 2 damage.
there's definitely this brief moment as I take all the stuff and I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna do with this, but I'll definitely put this together. And there's like a flash to be like, I could make a potato gun out of less stuff, and I just immediately just get right into it. And I'm like, this will have to work.
Yeah.
I hope this is appropriate.
Despite the nature of its construction, it's like one of those nice recurve, like modern bows with the pulleys on them, and it's like very much like a hunting bow. It's a nice one.
Aw,
Very cool
thank you.
compound bow.
Yeah, with that, the only thing left is custody of the armor. If you don't want to, it's 2 encumbrance if you just want to carry it and not wear it.
I feel like armor's kind of hat on a hat for me.
All right.
I don't want it.
All right.
Also, despite being mechanical, my whole thing is being maneuverable. I didn't like that -2.
Yeah. So, Calypso or Karizi, if nobody's carrying it, if nobody's wearing it, who's carrying it?
I look over at the captain and I'm like, what should we do, Captain?
We can stuff it in this backpack. Or on my back.
Yeah, Green Jean has a lot of encumbrance available.
This armor may come in handy.
That's
Will
perfect.
become useful later.
Yeah.
All right.
Definitely strap it to your back.
All right, y'all limber up. With that, where are you guys headed? You guys have traveled more or less 10. You've been on this planet now for 10 hours. Lots of moving, lots of heat. Do you want to head down towards the Acrid Fen? Do you want to head back up to the rocky peaks and prepare for the morrow's climb down? What's basically going to be your last hex move of the day? Like when you get there, you'll have time to explore, but you're probably not going to be able to head out from that hex till night falls, and night will fall before you could, I should say.
Which way is towards the habitable zone?
The orange canyon you saw is over here,
Okay.
which is 5 hexes.
Okay.
Okay, so that's where we're headed.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if I made it clear in character, but I think that's a good idea to go. But I also think that's probably where, if there's anything big or scary, it's probably where we're gonna find it.
Sure.
I don't know. Plains.
But it sounds like you guys
I
are...
just think about the kind of animals that generally exist on plains. We
Yeah.
might expect to see something like that version of it here.
So, and you guys are headed... You're not headed down to the Acrid Fen, is that correct?
No, it doesn't sound like it.
All right, you guys hike this way. You guys are up here at the RP, the Rocky Peaks, and you guys can look around a bit, but night is falling, and you know you're not going to be able to press on any further, and you're near the place where you have to climb down. You guys want to set up camp with the pressure tents, or do you just want to like sleep under the stars? I mean, it's up to you.
I say set up camp with the tents. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah,
Is
there's
it
no
like
reason
one
not
tent
to right now.
per person, or is it like one tent?
You guys have 3 pressure tents, and they can house 2 people comfortably, or 4 if you squeeze.
Ooh, how about this? What if y'all like hide the tents and then we put this suit of armor inside of one of the other extra tents that like would have been for me and make that one obvious.
You could absolutely go for that. If you guys want to find like a campsite that would accommodate the dummy model, give me a scrutiny.
I'm really bad at scrutiny.
All right. I mean, if anybody wants to look out for it. Yeah, Oriana. Riding that edge, you're like, yeah, I think this is about the spot, and you see a place where you could like probably set up y'all's tent and have the fake outside. And is there anything you guys would like to be sure to do other than eat your day's ration, arf arf arf, and then head forward? All right. 9 minus 3, you have 6 units of food. Which, you know, I'm not tripping. Yeah, no, that's correct.
Yeah.
You see, that means 2 more days, I believe. All right. You guys throw down a tent and another tent that is a fake tent. They inflate. They are pressure tents with complete with life support and all that jazz. You have the armor laid out in one. Do you guys want to squeeze into this one, or are you going to deploy the third?
I'm done with squeezing.
Yeah, I say squeeze.
All right. So is it?
I'm down to squeeze. I will need some time to recharge.
Yeah. So you enter low power mode. It's sort of like it's like a Sentinel's Rest situation. You're aware of the world around you, but you're like you guys. So yeah. You guys. So what I'm hearing is there's a cuddle puddle tonight. Y'all pop into the tent, pressure tent inflates, and yeah.
Could we do a watch?
Do you guys want to set a watch? You could.
Yeah, like 2 hours, 3 hours each person.
Yeah, sure. You do. You guys wind up doing. You guys pull a watch. That night, like you guys start to hear the rain, and you're like, oh, it rains on this planet, and then you hear the rain like ripping, like across the terrain, and you guys begin to like feel like the tent is almost rising a little. It's been secured, but like it's rising a little. All 4 of you in here, like one person on watch. I'm saying Gene's on watch. Like, Gene, you start to see both of these tents start to raise, and like it's going to be such a flood. You think that even the heavy armor might not be enough to keep this one down because it's semi-inflated. But like 3 people here and all the gear is enough to keep this one anchored, particularly in like the safe back area that Oriana found. Are you going to do anything about that? You're going to wake people up?
I'm gonna weigh it down with some of the rocks.
All right, so you hop on and you start piling rocks onto this thing. Give me an endurance.
Yeah.
The rain is just like absolutely berating you.
Oh my goodness.
The wind is crazy as well. Yeah, so yeah, you managed to weigh it down, but you see in the distance, Green, the shuttle is being washed out into the fen. Absolutely, like, tidal wave hits it, it's gone.
Wipe out.
This storm is so intense with, like, the fluctuation in pressure and, like, lightning going off and, like, the water that you'd think that the organics would need to use life support if they weren't in the tent together. Your tent has 3 units of life support. You're going to roll 3d6, and if a 1 comes up... Sorry, 4. And if a 1 comes up, it's going to lose that life support. It's under diminishing returns conditions because it needs to, like, keep multiple people good. So, who in the tent wants to roll the fateful 4d6 to see how much you use?
Really not I.
3 for me.
I see 2 nose goes as Calypso. I saw 2 touches to the nose.
Yep.
You sure?
I'm not doing it. We will die immediately if I do the rolling.
As we see this happen, we leave on this cliffhanger for the 10-minute break. Thank you all for coming out, Dreamers. We'll be back at 10:40 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, rocks are the main characters. Youngles is correct. We're rocking everyone's world. This has been Ardent Descent. I think we're going to get to the Orange Canyon tomorrow. I think we're going to have a nice time. I mean tomorrow. I mean day. I mean tomorrow in the game. I mean 2 days from now in the game. You know what? Everybody enjoy your 10-minute break. I do keep the cams and audio on during this period so we can say hi to the audience, but like the game is held for 10 minutes, so do whatever.
I'm gonna go grab snacks.
Snacks.
I'll be back.
Yes. Go.
I went and got me some chamoy and mango. How's my frame forever lit up?
Walked away. It's very appropriate, very mood setting.
Pretty nice, not gonna lie.
Sleep. Night, Jor. That's perfect. Jor is sleeping as the party does. Yeah. I'll probably turn off the fire or wind effect because that's a little repetitive, but we'll keep the rain on. Soothing. Yeah, rocks have been the protagonist of this game.
I went and got me some mango with chamoy.
Mingo.
Mm. It's a spicy sweet treat. You know, while we're away and everything, you can tell me that really cool thing that I'm gonna be gathering with this rainwater. You know.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I mean, I put it in chat, but also put it here. It's not gonna have an attack formally, but it's like you're gonna have to like make a, it's kind of like a grenade. It's like a, you do a range to it. Someone within 8 meters, you're gonna spray a 2 meter square, and all creatures exposed are gonna suffer an unknown poison. Your bacteria water has 4 like resources. So like if any ones get rolled after you shoot it, you'll decrement by 1 until you got none left.
Intriguing. Very intriguing.
Good night, Max Rider.
Random fun fact for anyone who cares, just throwing it out there. Salmonella can live in highly acidic, like through highly acidic contact.
Oh Lord.
Just a fun fact.
There just really is no benefit to eating acidic fish these days. Sucks.
Nope, sorry.
Alright, gamers. We are 1 minute out from the Lee turn. And Lee has begun to cough to death. How will this impact the game? Yay! 1040. Greg, you're back, right? Am I crazy? Oh, I heard him. All right. Are we? We're not prepared. We're. Well, Calypso, with all the rain, you're like, gee, it's just like sailing, except I'm in a tent instead of a boat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hell.
Hey, gamers. So it is the time. So the rain is heavy, and you guys pretty easy like lean out to like get some rainwater. But yeah, this is a huge fucking storm. Who in the tent wants to roll me that 4d6? We've deferred it. We deferred it greatly. I could roll it. The DM could roll it. Nobody wants to jump on the grenade. All right. Okay, so it's down to 3 of 4 maximum life support. Or life support on one tent. Yeah. With that, after a heavy storm that berates you guys throughout the night, and is serious enough that you need like temperature adjustment. In the morning, like the reservoirs of water between the rock from the flood instantly begins to steam and sizzle, and like they are evaporated within the hour. It is a fresh day, and before you is a rock wall to descend. As you seek to descend from the rocky peak, you got to make me a maneuver with a modifier of 1, except you all have rock climbing tools, so that would be a modifier 2 overall, if you guys want to just pop down to begin your day's journey. I'm assuming you like pack up the tents and get going.
You said modifier of 2?
Yes. Because of you got your climbing gear, and descending is easier than ascending. Okay. Berry ice. So we know Green Jean and Ariana. And all right, Karizi, let's see that descent. Let's see how well you rock climb. So you guys see there's this vast field of broken rock out, and you guys have your tube and your sharp rocks. You guys climb down. You guys climb down well. And nobody climbs down better than Oriana, who is like absolutely stunting on you and is going to gain 1 automatic. Actually, Green Jean, you also get a full twist because your last climbing check, you got a super twist. But like, Green Jean running off of his motor's adjustments to the rock. Oriana just absolutely in her element. Here's the thing. Oriana, halfway down, you slip a little, and you knock into Calypso. And Calypso, you're like, what the fuck? And you gain 1 edge. And it's just a temporary momentary thing. You guys go down really fun and fast. But Calypso is a little like shook from that. And due to the heavy flooding last night, you guys, you're all healed up, but you haven't reduced your edge yet. But you probably will on like a good night's sleep. With that done, down at the base of the rock, if there's anything you'd like to particularly say or do, I'm assuming y'all are trying to make it to OC, yeah? The Orange Canyon? All right. And would you like to give the smoking crater a wide berth, or just go by it like it doesn't matter? It won't impact how many days it takes.
Yeah, I think we should give it a wide berth, especially since it doesn't matter.
Same.
All
I
right.
agree.
All right. Y'all take a berth. You guys do in fact so well on your maneuvers because you have two people super twisting. You guys that managed to climb down really fast and get everyone down. I'm gonna say it's 1 square, 2 squares. I'm gonna let you guys get like your third hex. You are right outside of the Orange Canyon, but you like before you can make it, night falls. Unless you want to press on hard, this is where you're gonna have to stop for the night. You're out in these badlands. Rocks all around. Can't believe Do the Twist isn't on the playlist. I'm sorry, Greg. I and copyright law have failed you.
It's always comes down to the copyright law, doesn't it?
So y'all find yourself out in some badlands as night's fallen. And you found a good spot as any to hang out. Could you just show me? I'm assuming y'all want to share one tent again.
I'm down.
Yes.
All right. And y'all got a strong preference, or should I just plop this tent down wherever?
I would like it on a rock.
Do you want to try and get up on one of these like slanted rocks?
Yeah, no,
Oh,
don't you be putting that tent like on fucking water.
Yeah. So and these are somewhat slanted rocks. Due to their nature, it's a drag triangle, but you can get like one down on a decent spot here. If y'all just want to bunker up for the night, you could do that. Green Jean, you join the group in the tent, and you take turns. So you guys are like taking turns, one person at a time, right? Keeping watch.
Yeah, probably safest.
Okay. It's a storm tonight. Not nearly as bad as the flood. Although, yet again, it does tear through some of your... you're at 2 of 4 life support on one of the tents. A reminder that you do have 3 of those tents. Oriana. Oh, and your food goes from 6 to 3 remaining. So you got 1 day's food left. Half life support left in this. Oriana, while you're on watch, give me a scrutiny roll.
What are you doing?
All right. And let me just what the cat doing?
Oh, my bad. I didn't realize.
It's all good. Oriana, you see them in the night. Razor backs, lizard-like faces, crawling paws, claws. A group of them. They've come from the east, and they're watching you in the night.
This is fine. Okay. That's fun. I will. Am I like outside the tent keeping watch, or does the tent have a window?
I feel like the tent has a window. Because I feel like it would. So you've got like a clear bit you can look through, and you see there's 6 of these things out there, and they're kind of in formation. They're moving along the rocks. They're natural climbers, you can tell. And they're like fanned out a little, and they're eyeing you.
Okay. Can I wake everybody up?
Yeah, you can absolutely be like, hey, wake up. And wait, where'd Jean go?
I hope I'm still here. I don't know where I went.
I don't see your token. Did you get?
Oh
Oh,
no!
it's like he ran.
Did you get moved into
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I'll pop you
Here I
back
was
out.
trying to.
Some robot ears.
Okay, yeah, I make the Windows startup sound to turn back on.
So yeah, y'all see
Dial up as it can.
Right?
yeah. Oriana
You've
points
got
it out.
mail.
You got
That's what I was thinking too.
You got 6 of these razor splines. Their spines almost like twist back in like a weird way, like splines. These 6 razor splines out here watching you, considering.
Speaking of startup sounds, would my model come with like speakers? Maybe to play like Team Fanfare or something.
Yeah.
Could I just like screech really loud over the speakers, like mechanical, unnatural screech? See if that might unsettle these razor spines.
Absolutely. I'd say with that, you gain a modifier of 2, but it's going to be a communicate test to frighten them off.
Oh.
And Green Jean, you want to like open the tent to...
Oh, son of a...
You want to open the tent to make the squawk?
Yeah. And,
If that's an omen for what's about to come, I don't like it.
yeah, I know.
Right?
It makes me think I should, like... Maybe Teagle might try to give me a sign. Maybe I should just actually just go out there and chuck a rock instead. I think I'm gonna do that.
Oh, okay. You're just gonna walk out there and absolutely clap one of them.
Yeah, I'm gonna trust my familiar.
All right. So you're gonna step outside. You're gonna take aim at one of these, and you're just gonna fucking like blow them out, right?
Chuck one of these dodecahedrons out.
Make a modifier 0, damage 1 attack, which you can pump into range attacks, or just roll ballistics with a modifier of 0.
Okay.
Or you have a sling. It's a modifier 1. Roll 1 extra d6.
Okay.
Yeah, you clonk this thing dead in the fucking head, and it like blood splat, skull crack. It's dead. All of the others like hop off the rocks and move. It's not immediately clear where they go. They break line of sight. What's everyone doing when that happens?
27, 42, set, hike.
Well, I think we all should get in formation so they can't sneak up behind us since we now can't see where they're at.
Yeah.
We need to stay up on high ground so we can keep an eye out and look around.
Yeah, you keep the high ground. All of you can make me a scrutiny to try and like keep eyes on them.
Okay. Yeah, do a scrutiny.
All right.
I am on edge.
Yeah, you are. You guys succeed very well. They're definitely leaving. They're definitely withdrawing. Anybody who wants to could make an insight with a modifier of their extra successes from that test. So if Karizi or Oriana did it, insight modifier 2. But you can see they're slinking away. They're slinking away to the south. Karizi, they'll be back. You know. They were sorting you out. Oriana, you know they'll be back. And additionally, you know that they're going to make extra careful to not get seen before they make their pounce next time, because they've seen what happens when they do that. But yeah, in the rain, red blood pools on the rock. Anybody want to go check out that corpse?
Yeah, I want to know if it's edible. Can I go?
Yeah, you absolutely want to check out that fresh fucking meal over there.
Yeah, I want to see what we can pull off
I
of
have
the
a
spines
knife.
as well.
I'm trying to get as much meat as possible.
Yeah, you got a knife to butcher him with.
Those spines
I'll
look like they could be weapons as well.
I'll just be a lookout.
Yeah, you keep an eyes out. Yeah, so you're gonna have to appraise them. You could either make a systems modifier -1 or medicine modifier +1.
I'd like to do medicine.
Sure.
I would like to do systems -1.
Sure. Oriana, it's the rain pitters across the landscape, washing the blood out through the ravines of the Badlands. Calypso and Jean and Karuzi all get a pretty good idea on this. Karuzi, in the process, you like start to like play with the dead animal. You're testing like how its like muscles work. But Calypso, you look at her and you're like, what the fuck? As you gain one edge because you're like, whoa, you're playing with the corpse. I don't know how I feel about that. Cruz, you realize and like, act more professional about it. But that's the end result of your level 1 shock. If y'all want to pass this along like communally, I'm gonna say like the I call like a modifier 3 to the butchering test now, which is going to be a mechanics test. And if you have a knife, modifier 2 from the butchering. Calypso, you want to give me a modifier 5 mechanics?
Okay.
Yeah, you butcher it good. Off the razor spline, you draw 2 foods worth of meat. Bringing your total of, so the running food tally, right, is like food, 3 MREs, 2 units of meat. And those razor quills, yeah, they're real nice. You think that you could make either like maybe a brittle stiletto with them that would like automatically impose bleed when you're stabbing someone, or you could fashion them into arrows.
What about darts?
That's what I was thinking. I'm
Yeah,
thinking like
if you wanna
some
craft
type
the
of
tips.
because we have some extra tubes, right?
Here's the
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm
Here's the question, Calypso. What are you prioritizing either getting the quills out intact or drawing out what looks to be its nice fatty liver, which looks like it could be used as either a water skin or an extra food's worth of tender meat? Because, I mean, you could get more weapon options, or you could guarantee your people have 1 more unit of food. Because, you know, there's 3 mouths eaten each night.
Yeah.
do I see that you're thinking about this? Because if I do, I just say in the most professional way possible. I've been told that a scatter shot shotgun does more damage than a standard shot sometimes in certain effective positions.
But if you are too weak from hunger to hold the gun, what's the point?
Oh no, I'm saying don't prioritize the quills. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying,
okay.
I'm saying that
go
if
for
it's
it.
so if it breaks, we can still use it. In other
And
words,
remember,
it can still be as deadly.
You could reach. You could gain 1 edge, reroll all non-successful dice, and maybe you'd get even more twists.
Nah, I'm just gonna go for the liver.
You pull out the liver. Unfortunately, the whole extraction of the liver ruins the lion's share of the quills. There's some broken quill tips you guys can grab, but it's not going to be much. And that is a total now of 3 meat, and 1 of those units of meat is real nice. So you're back up to 6 food. The corpse is taken care of, and I'm assuming y'all leave what's left of it out there, and
The tips can still be useful if I shall collect them.
yeah, the rain is washed away. You pack up the tent in the morning, and it is the next day. The next day of travel, you head out, and you see a brilliant sight opening before you as you hear the rushing of the waters. And
Before I went to bed, could I have fashioned this blow dart?
give me mechanics.
Basically sawed off blow dart.
give me mechanics to see your sawed off blow dart. But yeah, the earth splits into rich, vibrant orange, rises in stark contrast to the faded, dusty hues of the cliff walls to either side. The sounds of gently trickling streams feed from underground, and the occasional caw of a small bird-like creature gives the canyon a surreally welcoming aura. And, you guys see that there's orange grass. A kinder orange tint of the canyon coming from as many offshoots of orange grass all around. The blades sway gently in what wind swirls down the canyon and bends to meet the sun and bask in its rays. They are tightly clustered together with clear patches between them, as if though copses of tiny trees broken into little clearings. And yeah, there's a big burbling central stream that seems to wind down to the center of the canyon from either side of the canyon's openings. And it seems, quite delightful. And y'all could gather that, this is probably a pretty fertile place by this planet standards. There's not grass anywhere else. And looking around, what are you guys focusing on? You see what looks like fresh water coming up from underground.
I would like to check the riverbanks for tracks and dung.
All right. You give me a scrutiny for that. And Crazy, what's your focus here?
My focus was just to be able to make this not just a one-time use weapon. That was my biggest focus, I would say.
All right. So unfortunately for you, you split one of the tubes you're working on. That's your level 1, and you gain 1 edge from that. It's like, fuck. Give me this with a -2 modifier, so just a modifier of 0 overall, as you try and like re-up on it. So just make it mechanics. You're working on your stuff. Calypso, what are you focused on?
I want to focus on how drinkable the water is and check it to see if we can actually drink it and is it okay? Is there anything in the water that we can eat?
So you check out the water, right? Give me a scrutiny. Yeah. And it pools in a central like pond here that's kind of like a lake. The grass is tallest along its rocky dry banks, and yeah, it's you find like small worm-like creatures that sometimes slip around in the water. In the process, however, you drop like you're leaning over, right? You drop one of the MREs in the water. You snatched it out quickly, but it did get wet. But you look really good, and you can tell there's also like small, maybe like fish-like creatures, and occasionally tiny lizards darting back and forth between the rocks, right? And you also see things that almost look like naked mole rats with long antennas that'll sometimes leave burrows to chew on the grass. They seem to like chew the grass excitedly and then kind of like leave sated without consuming that much. Calypso, you don't have any scientific means to test the water, but as far as you can see with the naked eye, it's clean. Oriana, you see your friends checking out the river. You see people checking out, like Curiosity's working on the blow dart. What are you focused on?
I'm going to keep an eye out for any more of those creatures or any other creatures that might be, maybe want to attack us.
You're checking out the rocks, and you're a very mindful person. You've like Oriana's been like on alert the whole time. Give me a scrutiny modifier 2. You see a glimpse of light on the way down, and you're like, hey, what's that? You head down a ways, right? You don't know how long it is before this transpires, but you realize your quiver has been knocked over as you realize what you're looking at. You've lost some arrows, but you see something that is quite promising indeed. You see a crude metal door on like between two of these rocks, and it seems to be in place with like bits of like metal and like almost like hexagonal wiring, and it's crude, and what of it could rust is certainly rusted up, but yeah, it definitely looks like a crude door, rusted and weathered and aged. That's deliberately crafted metal right there.
Hey, fixer person.
Does Karizi respond to fixer person?
No, I think she just doesn't even recognize that's directed towards her because she's done so bad at making this blow dart how she wants it. I think she's like in her head right now. She's like, I can't believe this is not working. I am extremely disappointed in myself. But I guess tiny little needles are not potatoes, and that makes sense.
So Oriana's notices that Crazy isn't responding to her, and she kind of rolls her eyes a little bit and starts walking over and like walks up behind you and like taps you on the shoulder. It's like, hey, I found a door of metal. You like those things, right?
Yes, of course. door of metal. I do like metal. Metal is very useful. Is it an airlock door? Is it like a push door? Is it does it have any like mechanical workings in it, or does it have a keypad? Or does it have a card pad?
I didn't see one, but it's kind of where a door shouldn't be. So, do you want to go?
Who are we to say where a door should be? She says, just like nonchalantly while moving towards the door, curiously.
and Green and Calypso, you totally over here. This are y'all coming with?
Yeah, I want to check out.
Yeah, Green will chime in.
It is odd. If there is a door here, it was put here by someone. If someone put a door here, why did they respond to our SOS?
Is it odd though, especially with the landscaping that reigns acidic nature? I mean, to be put in between the rocks would make sense and probably give it the most.
All the more reason to investigate an SOS.
And you guys move the door, right?
I just want to look at the door first. I want to see what type of door it is, and if I can get an idea.
Like if you've ever seen a very shittily constructed barn door in the South, like you know what I mean. Like it's on sort of like a runner and put like bits of like movement in metal that aren't supposed to be there. I'm from Tennessee, to clarify. I've seen many of these doors in my life. It's yeah, it's one of those. It looks jammed. Like in place, and it looks like if you move it and open it, it looks like it's gonna kind of like need some work to be put properly back into place because it's like rusted into place. And also, it looks like whoever made this did a good job of shoring up the lower half and making sure that maybe floodwater wouldn't get in. But that old protection is wearing.
Is there any way that I could figure out a way to get this door open without damaging it so I can get it closed again?
Opening it will be fine, but closing it again is when you're going to have to make the mechanics test.
Okay.
So you guys want to open it?
Yeah.
All right. There's a dark cave ahead of you. There's a short twisting passage. Do you enter?
I mean, just 5 feet.
All right.
Yes.
You go in. You find like you guys pile out and into a small chamber with like a beveled top, and everyone give me a scrutiny to look around in the darkness here.
Do you need a mechanics for me to shut this door?
Yeah, mechanics to the modifier of -2.
Oh my god, this is a broken door. So I'm even technically. Oh, she feels so much better. She still got it. It's just organisms, organic mechanics can be trifling.
Alright. Calypso, you freak out a little and you try and pull Oriana back when you see what you see. And like everybody, you're seeing better than like a meter in front of you because your eyes are adjusting well and such like that. You see, as you pile in here, an old spacesuit with what looks like by this time a nearly embalmed corpse within. Everyone roll me a resolve unless you are Oriana, in which case roll me a scrutiny because that is your rationalization ability.
Could I be like the person in the very far back that's like, what is everyone freaking out about?
Yes, but then you also turn the corner and freak out. Oriana, you absolutely, you're like, yeah, it's a dead body, whatever. Oh, cool, shiny revolver. So here's what you see. There's one revolver, and there's a revolver. There's a knife, and there is a very old style CIS B1 spacesuit with Human Empire civilian patches on it.
Oh.
That polity has been defunct for a century at this point.
Ariana calls dibs on the knife or the gun.
Yeah.
I called dibs on the throwback jacket.
You come up, you slide open the cylinders. It is empty. But you have the revolver. Important note. You have the revolver, you just need bullets.
Can I ask the robot to turn my rocks into bullets?
Green, you have received a request to turn rocks into bullets. How do you respond?
One moment.
I am an athletic machine, not an alchemist.
Can't you just make them bullet shaped?
And
Even if I could, it would destroy the gun.
Ran a size.
You also see there's binoculars tied around over their neck over the spacesuit. Additionally, as you gaze around with those extra successes and such, you see. It's worth noting his wrist panel is still showing like a faded sleep mode indicator. Like you might be able to jack into it and get his telemetry data, which should tell you where he came from. Additionally, beneath a low-hanging ledge, there's a trove of supplies that have been neatly stashed here, just to make room to breathe in this cramped space. You see a torn pressure tent, and you also see a vacuum-sealed container that looks like a cooler. If you wanted to pop that open, there's also an Orion Trading Company field assistant, which is a proxy for the M-pattern field deployer. You know it is both a chemical analyzer and can make stuff, but it's at power 0.
Oh, wait. Can I charge up one of these power pads?
Yeah, you have a power pad, right? You slap that bad boy
we have 4.
on. Yeah, you have 1 power pad.
Oh.
The power pad.
Or is it 1 each? Or is it just... Hold on.
Yeah.
Is it 1 each?
Yeah, you find basically you have 10 power in the power pad. You can transfer it there. Yeah.
Okay.
And you also find an electric camp lamp, which is 0 3 ounce powered. Nice digs. There's also 1 medikit.
Yeah, y'all change colors.
Yeah, y'all grab all the stuff. And this is more or less what you're doing, right? Oriana, though, you got a great Bruni, you see there's signs of like claws, Oriana. You think something's been in and out of here.
We should probably be fast so that whatever made these doesn't make them on us.
Yeah. Does anybody jack into the little like wrist paddle on the spacesuit and try to extract the data?
Yeah, I'll whip
100%.
out my dongle.
All right, you jack in. Give me that modifier 1 systems test.
There it is.
All right. Anybody else who wants to, while like look over his shoulder and like try and make sense of it, could also give me a modifier 1. As Green like manages to like pump it awake more or less, get it off sleep mode, show you the panel.
I know it's not called Psych Out, but could I do that thing that's close to Psych Out?
Yeah, and Calypso also. Calypso's very used to reading space suit telemetry data. You can spend one of your processing as well. What y'all tell is they came from a crash site not far from here. Yeah, that's more or less what you get from the cave. Outside the cave, you hear a loud cawing sound.
Oh.
And like it's piercing. You hear a swooping of wings. After a few moments, it's gone. Yeah,
I did not like that.
Yeah, I don't like that sound. There's only one way in, one way out. I think we need to get out of here. So if something comes up, we can move.
Yeah. So do y'all want to grab what y'all can from the valley and go? And do you want to try and find the roots of any of these plants? And then like piece off one hex?
I want to. You go first.
Okay. I would like to grab a D8 shaped rock, Cahedron,
Mm-hmm.
and just get it in a craft ball throwing position and just be ready so that, like, as soon as we come out of that opening, anything that swoops in on us is going to get a 3-pointer to the chest.
All right. You keep it, but after a moment, it becomes after like a while waiting, it becomes clear whatever was is past.
Oh.
Yeah.
And if I grab the second knife, can I like dual wield two
Yes.
knives?
Yes, you can.
Okay. I would like to grab
Grab the second knife. Yeah.
and have both in my hands ready to go.
Knife in either hand. Y'all want to? Oh yeah. So you guys are here.
I wish to before we leave the.
Mhm.
I want to see if I can't find any notes, any paper, any documents, or anything like that. I'm sure that he may have lost power, but he may not. He may have some type of insanity scribbles that I'm interested in.
Yeah. You wind up not seeing any insanity scribbles. Although, do you pop open the cooler?
I'm curious enough to pop open the cooler. I'm not gonna lie.
There's a repugnant stench, but you discover within that there is 4 food worth of cooked amphibian meat and nutrient slurry. It looks like he was hunting the little lizardlings along the shore that Calypso and Green Jean saw and cooking them up in this like fire here. So
I pout as I say, in the most professional voice, "There's food back here."
yeah. So y'all are good for food. Y'all head out one hex, and I'm assuming you head towards the spaceship wreck, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Man, it's edible.
Right.
Hooray.
So night comes. You guys are like setting up your campsite. You've moved, right? You hear howling in the distance after you get your tent deployed and like you're good to go. Show me where y'all would head, like where you'd be on this map when you hear like a heavy like series of howls.
As far away from them as possible.
Direction southwest. So the bottom right of this map is where they're coming from. Just post yourselves up. I've moved you, right? Yeah, wherever you'd like to be on this map.
I think that's good for me. I don't know
Sure.
about anybody else, but
Yeah. You guys hear the howling in the distance, and then it sort of abates. Just scattering, running. I have a question. Where is everyone looking? I'm assuming.
I'm looking towards the north.
All right, you're looking north. You guys have your eyes up. You have your eyes out. Does anybody look up?
I think after hearing the swooping and stuff like that,
Sorry, I meant to say I've been looking up.
Hmm?
I didn't realize I was muted. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Yeah, and you look up as well. You look down, and you look up, and you see above you, moonlit, a huge and mighty creature with a razor backed beak, the split jaw, and you see it just in time to like cry out and warn the group of it. So it's not getting the drop on you, but it is initiative time.
Raise your beak in the sky. I can throw twice as high.
Yeah. So you guys, the way that initiative works is there's a button that says initiative in the top right. if you have yourself clicked on when you click it, it'll automatically do the tracker, but it's fine if you don't have that. I will also, like, bump you to the tracker. The big blue button in the top right of your sheet.
I got a 7.
Alright, so Calypso, you're at 11. Breezy, you're at 10. And, Green Jean, let's see that initiative machine. At 12, alright. Okay, here's how this works. This thing fucking swoops down, right? Kaziri's right here. It's gonna swoop down. And it is going to try and use, its, Jawbreaker Bite against you. And, this is AP1, you're wearing Armor 1 at the moment. Alright. You are taking 3 damage, Kaziri. As a bite just comes down, like starts to grab at you. Meanwhile, it has a side action attack. It uses it to swipe through the tent at Calypso. Calypso, I'm going to say the tent's giving you some armor.
Mm-hmm.
So roll me, like, 4d6. In the, like, top left, there's, like, or you could just click your armor button and then give it a modifier of 3, if you'd like. Your armor button is, like, right to the left of all your stats and stuff.
Oh, and you said a modifier of what?
3. Alright. Calypso. It breaks the skin and it uses that extra twist to put bleed on you. At the end of each of your turns until somebody's helping out, you are done. This thing is moving preternatural speed. It acts twice each initiative round. It's also going to act at initiative 9. Green Jean, it's your turn.
Okay, I would like
to headbutt it.
Alright, you want to just run up and just, like, absolutely, like, headbutt it.
Go for a straight tackle, like full-on athletic mode, down to, like, the 3-point stance,
Mm-hmm.
and then charge tackle head first.
You burst forth from the tent. Give me a straight melee test.
Cool. Do I add anything to that? Does that little number next to the side, is that what I add there?
What do you mean?
So I have a 4 next to melee. Do I put
It'll
that?
automatic when you click melee, it'll
Okay.
put that in automatically.
Okay.
Yeah. Alright. And you want to put that twist towards, like, knocking it back?
Yes.
Like, alright. So you'll knock him, you'll deal some damage. You hurt it a little, you knock it back pivotally, and you wind up here. That's like your main action, some of your movement. It's a side action to try and shove. You could try and, like, push it back further.
Could I spray that cryo spray at it? Just
the main it's a main attack. You've already used your main attack to charge him. But you can
Okay,
whip it
then I'll
out.
try to shove.
You can side action draw it if you want.
Oh yeah, I'll side action draw it then.
Alright, you got it in hand. Calypso. You got both knives out. You've been scratched. Like, blood's flowing. There's a big mean bird. What's your play?
I am going to run and jump with my 2 knives and try to land on its back.
Absolutely.
Stab it.
Give me, like, a maneuver to, like, run up Green Jean's back here. Ooh, you want to reach that?
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna go up to 4 edge, and then we're gonna make it again. Oh yeah, Would you like to? You do okay. Give me a So like, I plugged the knife into your sheet, right? You see where there's like a little like symbol off to the left where it says knife.
To the left where?
So like there's like a red box that has your weapons in it.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, make a modifier 4 knife attack because you are like plunging attack, murdering this thing Dark Souls style.
Okay, so I just clip melee weapons or.
So there's like melee weapons button, and then there's one entry that is on your sheet that says knife.
Okay, and then put 4.
Yeah, just click the little like button to the left of it, and then put 4 in the modifier box. Yeah. All right. So, do you want to put that extra success into more damage or twist to make him bleed? Additionally, do you want to you could reach the attack as well.
Did I reach the attack?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, just like click the thing. It'll ask you for your modifiers. Put in a 4, and then go for it. I gain 1. You're at 4 edge now. Okay, that's a super twist. Yeah. Okay, so you've got 2 base damage and an extra 4 damage. You could deal 6 damage overall, or you could deal 5 damage and make him bleed. Want to do that?
Yeah, 5 damage and make them bleed.
All right, you rip through almost all of their stamina. Like you're batting away at their wings, like feathers and blood are beginning to mingle in. You've got them bleeding. You're bleeding as well. That's your turn. At the end of it, you lose 1 point of health. The blood is fading from your body. You can feel it rushing out of you. That's a deep gash from those talons. Karizi. There is a fucking a beast here. Calypso's on its back. Green Jean is headbutting it. What are you doing?
I am spraying the shit out of it as much as possible.
All right, so you're gonna spray. Give me a ballistic just to see that you get it in the general area, but there's like a square I can see you do right down here. I'm gonna call it a 210. You get it in. Unfortunately, you spray hard, so this is gonna be a diminishing returns resource roll. Roll me 4d6 to see how much of your stuff you use.
Okay, here we go.
You use none of it. You managed to actually have good fire control. It's a 310 poison, I'm gonna say. Roll me 10d6. It's got static 3 damage coming against it, 10 variable. It's gonna try and resist that.
Huh?
That is 5 damage against it from the poison. It resists none of it. This is a sick bird y'all got here. It's hacking, it's whacking, it's coughing, it's not happy. The split jaw is gonna like hop up to here. It tries to like talon claw Calypso off his back. Calypso, do you want to maybe like try and block it with one of your knives?
Yes.
And you're like you got like a shock earlier. You've embedded one of your knives in its back, and you're not whipping it out. So you have your other. Just roll me like a regular knife attack. Like click the knife button and hit roll on it. Oh my god! Yeah, you want to counterattack that?
Yes.
Yeah, you force it back. You like chip its nails. It's bleeding. It's almost down. It's giving out a terrible cry, and it is going to yeah, it's gonna try and talon. It's going to try and jawbreaker bite again at Kurizi. Kurizi. Yeah. Bad news for you. That is going to amount to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, Kurizi. You are knocked flat out on your ass by this bite. Roll me a d12 real quick. As the jaws snap and crack and like your body's not in a good way. And Oriana, you see Kurizini go down, and she just like there's blood and there's like snapping, and you see that it looks like her ankle is getting sprained out of this. Oriana, it's your turn. This split jaw's shed a lot of blood. It's almost dead. What's the play?
I'm going to dramatically reach into my pocket and chuck a rock at it.
Amazing. All right. This is a finely shaped rock. Give me a ballistics modifier 1. You dead center it, and that's all you need. Chunk. The rock slams into its beak. It chips and it begins to fall backwards. And Calypso, you roll off to the side as the split jaw bleeds all over. and in the distance you hear another terrible cry falling away, and howls meet it. The beast is swoon before you. Its body ruined, cracked, bleeding. As is Karizi's, by the way. Karizi, roll me an endurance real fast to see if you get knocked unconscious. You don't. You hang on to consciousness. You don't head towards the light. You don't go down the tunnel. But you are sprained, and your movement's not going to be where you want it to be, friendo. And I've got bad news for you. That break is going to be with you for a while. Speaking of breaks, Calypso, you bleed a little before you're bandaged, but you stand over the foe, triumphant. One bloody dagger in it, the other in your hand. You feel like perhaps the blood loss causes you to enter into a slumber of sorts. I know it's 11:32, so I just don't want to like.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. It's been wonderful, Fangirl Review, to have you join us, but I know that you must, with the call of ailment, retire. Before you do, would you like to share with the good dreamers watching us where they can find you and more of your wonderful content?
Oh yes, of course. You can check me out on Twitch and YouTube under Fangirl Review. A crochet streamer who also plays video games from time to time. And yeah, so come on by.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much for coming out, and we're going to continue on for one further hour here, but I hope that you rest well, and I know you're going to overcome this bug and come back 10 times as strong.
Yes, no, thank you so much for having me. This is so much fun. Calypso will sail again.
Yes, Calypso will sail again, but for the moment, Fangirl, Calypso seems to collapse with the blood loss and the exertion of defeating the split jaw. And y'all are gonna have to help your companion here.
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
Yeah, and if anybody has a phone they can join with to eat the slot, that would be appreciated. But Calypso is unconscious. And Kurizi, yeah, your fucking ankle is gonna be sprained for the next day.
Oh.
You actually got the best result you could. The only one day, it was D6 days. Yeah, so Oriana, you've just delivered the killing blow on the split jaw. How does it feel? You've just knocked down this beast.
Feeling pretty like, oh my god, I can't believe that actually worked.
Yeah, you rocked
bet.
this world. Yeah.
But, and then notices the captain and kind of starts having like breathing difficulties, and the fact that like maybe they don't even know if anyone knows how to help them. So Oriana's wrestling with we might actually die out here.
Yep. That's hitting you. Do you think that that's going to be a resolve test using scrutiny here? Going to rationalize
Yeah,
it?
sure.
Yeah, let's see if you're holding it together. You're holding it together, but your edge still goes up by 1. I'm going to say is what that result means. But you resolve yourself as like, like Oriana's been in situations before where like she just has to keep it together no matter what, because otherwise her chances plummet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And yes, so I will try and so that's more or less where you're at, Oriana, and I swear one day I'll learn how the Zoom cam thing works. Yeah, but that's more or less your situation. You guys hear howling in the distance though. Because there are other beasts that lurk the night.
What's the matter?
And yeah, is there anything anything that y'all want to do in this immediate aftermath? Particularly, you guys have one medikit. You can use that to heal stamina. You guys might want to move Calypso, get her somewhere limberable. Also, Calypso was carrying like all of the gear, so I'm assuming that's probably going to need to be transferred to a mix
That's
of
a lot of stuff.
Green Jean and Karizi could carry it. But reminder, Karizi is presently like you can crawl. To be clear here, like Saito, like you can crawl right now. You are awake, but your ass down, no hit points. You can't be like doing no attacks or nothing.
What if what if I make a like use the part of to the tent, like the poles to the tent, to drag some stuff behind me and like use like stuff some
Yeah, you could absolutely make like a long-term thing. Yeah.
yeah, like a wheelbarrow almost. I don't know what to call it.
Yeah, no,
like it on the word.
Yeah, I know what you mean. And give me I would say mechanics to make that conversion. Bear in mind, without some good successes, it's not going to be usable as a tent after this.
Uh-oh. Well, we've got others, right? Right.
You got 2 others.
Mechanics, you said?
Yeah. Yeah, give me that. Okay, yeah, you make an excellent tent that will still be usable, and also you make it a stretcher that can carry Calypso.
Nice.
You have the tent stretcher, and it's got all assuming like no like personal claim to goods. We assume now are on the party's tent stretcher. Anything happens to that, goodbye food.
It's like modeled after the ones they use to get people off the graph ball court.
Yeah.
When they shattered a chest bone.
Yeah. Green Jean's got lined up. Karizi, you're kind of fucked up here, buddy. And yeah. So
I'm gonna be able to crawl. That's about it. Is there a way that I can
until you're back up at least 1 HP, which will happen in about 10 minutes, assuming nothing comes here and kills you.
Can I? What do I have left in my stuff? I have electronic bits and stuff like that. Is there a way that I can? Cause I've sprained my leg pretty bad and I'm bleeding pretty bad. Can I somehow makeshift like a? Oh God.
All right, we have dangerous toilets all around. Thank you.
Oh God, no! Oh no! Oh God, it's a brace basically, and then using the last bit of the tubes as a wrap.
Yeah. And does anybody have Zoom Mobile? I don't.
I do not.
All right, I'll just manually adjust the cams. Continue. So, describe for me what y'all are up to here, more or less. As a reminder, it's heavily raining, and you've now got Captain up on a stretcher, and not a great situation to be in.
I'm marching, I guess.
Well,
I don't think we have much of a choice.
It's night. Are you heading on?
I mean,
is the
is
tent
there any
still
kind
up?
of rock that we could like put some of this stuff under and have like a lean-to kind of situation that's hidden?
Yeah. You need to hunt for it though. Give me a scrutiny to find like a decent lean-to.
My scanners are fucked after that.
Can I do it?
Yeah, absolutely. Oriana, you know how to suss stuff out. Oriana.
What does that do?
Yeah, not only that, you managed to find a cave that's actually like there's like an overhang. It's actually like a decently like shallow cave. It's better than you were expecting with that twist. It's like 5 meters deep. You guys, and it's like raised enough. It's probably not going to get washed out too hardcore. you guys could absolutely stash any gear that you don't want to bring with you here. Is that the current vibe?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Yes. Well then. So you guys, I'm going to make a note on the map. X will mark the spot, basically, of where you have left behind any gear. You can list it wherever you'd like. At the group chat or probably the group chat. But you guys have left behind any gear that you don't want to bring in with you here. That night, I'm assuming you eat the last meat, because meat's gonna go bad before anything else.
While the biologicals are eating, I'd like to construct a workbench. If that's possible.
So, what do you want it to be able to do? Like, what do you want to get out of it?
A place where like people who are good at baking stuff, like putting together scrap and stuff, can like do that well. Or
so you could clear a ledge.
Precisely.
You could clear a ledge, but without tools and other things like that, it's only going to be a workbench in name.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to do it?
It's better than nothing.
Yeah, give me an endurance. And Kurizi, at this time, you're at 1 health, and you are like limping on like a sprained ankle. We're about to be on two for 2 Tuesday night. Lee getting Lady Saito killed.
Oh my god, true.
I swear it's not intentional.
But we still have that armor, so I'm definitely moving into that armor.
Okay, you are halved movement, putting on halved movement. You will have a combat speed of 1 meter in that armor. You okay with that?
I am 1 health. I mean, I'd rather it be harder to hit than.
All right, yeah, you put on the tin can suit. Absolutely.
I feel like there's a way we could like incorporate these cryo tanks into that armor, like Iron Man style. I might be crazy, but
you think maybe if you had like access to better tools or something, maybe something at the spaceship, because you think there's a spaceship crash where you're going. Yeah. And Oriana, after you've like eaten for the night, and like whoever helps Calypso eat helps Calypso eat, what would you be doing?
Oriana's probably like super on edge with everything, so they're just kind of sitting at the edge of the cave, kind of like keeping an eye out for more creatures, because apparently this seems to be bad luck for us.
To clarify, do you guys want to like move into the cave?
I'm just like right outside it.
Oh yeah, you're right outside the cave where like the goods are stashed, which I will represent on the map as like So yeah, you clean out a fine workbench on a likely rock near the stash. And this is like the stash cave, and this is like the workbench. The rains have lightened up enough that you guys aren't too worried about it, but you will have to take shelter in the tent now and again. You don't run through the life support of it tonight, though. Kurizini, you are full on -2 to maneuver, up at 7 armor points, though.
Oh, thank God. I do want to somehow like take my time when I'm putting this on. I want to incorporate it with my current weapon to see if to make it a little bit easier, because it's going to be a lot to manage.
It'll be strapped. You strap to the outside of your armor, but by that same token, it'll be hard to take from your armor if you doff the armor.
I don't think I'm taking it off anytime soon, so it's one of those things.
So let me put it this way: it's the next day, right? You guys have done what you've done. You kept your watch. Nothing further comes. Nothing yet seems to be feasting on the split jaws, few-hour-old corpse, and yeah, the world is really your oyster. You guys have everything in it. You got a stash, you got a workbench, you've got a unconscious captain. what's y'all's plan? You think you're about 2 days travel out from there, and just to reckon real fast, so y'all had 3 meat, and you had 3 snackies, and you had 3 MREs. That puts you at, and I'm gonna say that the snackies come with like a decent amount of hydration, so we'll roll them in. I think you have 6 standard units of food, and right now, you think it's going to take you. You think you're going to get to the spaceship wreck on the 2nd day, and then that night you will be out of food. Is presently what your situation looks like. You guys look around, and Captain is not in any state to make a decision. What do you guys think you would say to each other? The crafter is in a suit of armor. The robot has made a very nice workbench, and Oriana is like, eyes in all directions. And by this time, Lady Saito, your character's at full stamina, but you only regain like 1 health every 10-hour third. So you will, hiking isn't going to restore it. You know what I mean? So yeah, you're full stamina, but at 1 health right now, and you're sprained until tomorrow night. Guys, you're all around the fire. What's the play here?
I suggest go out and collect the various flora and fauna in the area and bring some samples back. One of you here could probably scan them and see what is edible, what's safe.
Yeah, you
and
have.
what could potentially be medicine.
Important note: you have and Greg, track how many of the power you use from the power pad. But you guys do have a presently uncharged M pattern deployer. It can both, if you feed it stuff, it can pump out nutrient slurry that you can eat. It won't be great, but you can eat it. And it can be used as a chemical analyzer. So you remember, there is water back in Orange Canyon. You could chemical analyze the water just to be super sure there's nothing wrong with it. And you also remember, the spaceship is over here. But that is 30 hours from you, and OC is 10. And this is presently your little where you've decamped. So you got options, you got situations, and with all these dangerous to go alones coming in, I'm gonna say this. A rock near you guys partially collapses. And at first you're like, oh shit. But here's what you see inside of it. And what you begin to notice nearby as you see some pillars to your southwest. It looks like there's almost like a white substance there. And you see jagged outcroppings in the distance. And you know what that is, as the sunlight sparkles against it. That's halite. That's rock salt. You could definitely use it for a lot of stuff, including alongside pure water. You could use it to take care of people's wounds and such.
What? Never mind.
You guys gather some of the halite?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Are there any trees or anything like wood?
You've seen nothing wood adjacent on this planet. Entire time.
Dang. Are any of these blades of grass is there any grass in this area or anything like foliage like that close enough to reeds?
There was grass back in Orange Canyon. That's a 10-hour hike away. The Badlands are rock, broken rock. That's
all I pretty much got to work with. Yeah, I guess we can just mine some of that salt.
Yeah, so you crack off some of that halite. You got that rock salt, and now let me see if I can finally get
share some of that meat with it. I bet.
Oh god, I don't know how to fix the fucking cams. Yeah. So, yeah, you could cure the meat with it. Give me a medicine if you want to cure the meat with the salt and some of the water from the MREs.
I don't know how to do that. I'll leave it to you, biologicals.
You want to give it a go? I mean, you have a good cognition, Oriana.
That's true.
You'd have an alright baseline. And if Kuziri wants to give like use her thinking brain to think about like how science works, you could make a systems test that would help your medicine test.
Do you want to do that? Okay, so I roll medicine.
Well, yeah, well, so she'll roll her systems first. Now, every success she gets, you're gonna get that as a bonus.
Okay.
Modifier 1, yeah. So make me a medicine modifier 1. With the twist, you also figure out how to make I would say crude medical supplies. +1 anytime medical supplies would help. Yeah, I'm gonna say the Empowering Deplorer had some pure water in it that you could filter out, and you have the salt, and you combine it together, and you've made like a crude medical supplies. Anytime you have to make a medicine test to apply something to heal someone, you get a +1 modifier if using the medical supplies. You guys have 1 medikit, remember, that you can use to heal stamina damage.
Okay.
That scenario come up again, and all right. So I need Greg there, and then. Okay, yes, that's what I need to do. Sorry, my brain is bursting, but I'm about to have our cams correctly. So yeah, that is. So yeah, you've got your medical supplies, and you've cured the meat.
Cool.
And so I feel like you guys actually got extra meat. Also, important question. There's just like a big bird corpse there. Y'all gonna butcher that?
The bird corpse.
Yeah, you want to take Calypso's knife and just.
Didn't it have Does that have quilly things on it too? Or no?
It doesn't, but it's got a big fuck off beak. Oh, they have feathers. Feathers you could put on the shaft of an arrow to make them fly even better.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can I harvest some feathers?
Yeah, or darts. Okay, so you guys get arrows and darts, and your arrows now are like when you shoot your arrow, like your arrows, right? They're up to. Oh, okay. Wait, we just got the extra slot. Okay, beautiful. Except, I've already.
You want me to unfix it?
Yeah. Sorry, could you unfix it? I'm sorry.
I had to download it and everything. I was like, this is gonna take forever.
My bad, but don't worry. I've got everything fixed up.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna put camera 3. Boop. Yeah. So y'all are fixed up. You've got everything in order. So like that bow is now mod 3. Due to like feathered arrows, right? And when you like go to butcher this creature, you could roll me a medicine +1 or a systems -1 to figure out its biology, and then you're going to be able to get at what it has.
Okay. Does anybody else want to roll that?
Not really good at that. I'll let someone know.
What does it need to be?
Medicine
modifier 1 or systems -1.
I'll do systems -1, but
Okay.
I am not doing medicine.
Yeah, give me that systems. You think about biology in a more abstract way. You know.
That's true. It's true.
Yeah. Okay. That's a wonderful mod. So this mechanics test, if you use a knife, is going to be modifier 2, and is going to be modifier 3 from Kuzuhiri's anatomical understanding of the creature. So someone makes a mechanics modifier 5, whoever has the knife in hand.
I'm really bad at mechanics.
You want me to do it?
Sure.
Yeah, you butcher it up. Blood goes everywhere. You get 6 meat from this, and then Oriana cures the meat. So plus 6 meat. That is putting y'all at 12 food, doesn't it?
Yes.
12 food.
Yes.
The best food situation you've been in all game, in fact. This is a net gain in food. There's hella bird meat. This is a huge fuck off bird. This beak is a great component for either a prying tool or a stabbing weapon. And the talons could be fashioned into various hand weapons if you would like. But you have all that. You've done the work. By this time, like It's been an hour or two. You guys have been doing stuff. If you want to travel today and not like lose some time, you'll have to set out soon. Does the group have a feeling Orange Canyon old spaceship wreck?
I would say old spaceship wreck first.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm down with that.
All right. You guys are.
I have a question about Seth's bird feathers as well. That's
Yeah.
all right.
Sure. You traveling.
Does it seem like, or do they have any traces of the acidic rain on them? Does it seem like the sort of acidic rain affects the bird's feathers at all?
There is like a sheen to it, but they seem to have a natural oil on that they secrete while they're alive, and it seems to be like a slightly alkaline, which would be bad for it if it wasn't constantly getting acidic rain on it. So yeah, you guys, if you could concentrate that oil, you might be able to make something with it. So you guys spend another night, right? You spend a night camping here. You guys go through 3 food. You are at 9 food. And in the night, you hear howling, but nothing gets too close to you. Nothing close enough to see. Then you guys arrive at the old spaceship wreck. And you gaze upon it. And you see the ruin of the vessel. And let me take us to... Yeah, And do I have everybody gathered up? You guys, like, come over, like, the horizon line. Oh, shit, wait a minute. Look away, look away! I hate when I'm making it pretty for screenshots, but they're not dynamic fighting. Bam, okay. You guys pull up, you got Captain in the stretcher. And you've got, like, this, destroyed old, view that you're looking at, right? It's an absolutely wrecked spaceship, and I have art of it thanks to Pat.
Ooh.
Yeah, so you guys see there's like opened hallways, there's long shards of broken glass leading to the bridge. The bridge is separate from the other 2 extant portions of the ship, right? And it looks like it's barely got anything in there. Although you can make a scrutiny to scope it out. And yeah, you guys see an image that I didn't have uploaded because I'm really good at this. Okay, yeah, that's interesting that you passed it. Does anybody else make the scrutiny to check this place out?
I will.
Yeah. Okay, so you note that there seems to be an like almost a doctor's office, that, maybe next to a med bay that has like a hole that's like rotted out that you could go in. But both of you notice by the bridge, like there's like miles of broken glass near, like not miles, but like many meters of broken glass leading up to the bridge. You both see there is a somewhat destroyed offline synth plugged into the navigation console. And yeah, that's the current situation. That's what the spaceship looks like. I'll put it up in a little corner here, but it's like, yeah, it's like crashed and fucked up between some rocks.
Okay.
There is a western section and an eastern section. The eastern section of the spaceship is literally on its side. Like the floor is and the ceilings are now the side walls. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And the other is like normal, you could walk in it. Although you guys do sense like this acrid scent of human empire era construction materials rotted in sun and acid. God knows how long. Let's just say this is probably not OSHA compliant as a workplace goes.
Look like there could be anything salvageable in this.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like there's 2 compartments. One of them's just sideways, and the other isn't. And Kuzira, you've spotted a sideway into it. Otherwise, you have to go through the hallway on either side that's like sort of opened up into air. Yeah, there's the 2 sections, to be clear. There's 2 sections and a bridge. And the bridge, all it seems to have is all it seems to really have at it is the ruined synth. There's like a destroyed synth in there.
Can we get anything off the destroyed synth, maybe? Like,
Sure, you guys want to like walk up to the destroyed synth?
Um,
You have to make it by a lot of broken.
how destroyed
You have to make
is
it
Are we
by
talking?
300 meters of broken glass.
uh,
And then you get to, you can go around like the edge, but there's like a 300-meter stream of broken glass.
Yeah, but how destroyed are we talking though?
It looks like its lower body is fucked, like gone possibly, but it looks like, I mean, the area where the central processing unit is should be intact.
Oh, I don't know about this.
You want to go say hello to the synth? You want to go say hello?
I guess I'll go over.
Yeah, by all means.
Yeah.
You guys like go to the side. Kuziri is like very slowly moving the armor around the broken shards of glass. There's this field of broken glass shards, and yeah, you guys come upon this ruined synth plugged into a burned out console. You think that maybe with a mechanics or systems -1, you may be able to bring it back online. You could also use the power pad to help like jumpstart him if he's still jump startable, but that will risk using up some of the power. But otherwise, everything here is like shredded. There's like there's shards of glass you could take to like make a spear or something. There is like the metal that remains of the bridge, and like destroyed, burned out consoles, and there is the synth jacked into them. The control console is fried and flayed with computer chips melts into little slag. Confetti across the field of glass. The heat reflects intensely here from the sun beating down above.
I tip the helmet and say, "Howdy, partner."
It does not... Oh, shit. Yeah, okay, you get in here. You plug it up. Hard reset. It's golden eye flakes shimmer. It looks around and it says, "Greetings. I am." And yeah, this synth kind of like whirs to life with a broken electrical clicking and hissing of static. Its gold disc eyes blink for the first time in over a century, and a chime-filled shriek of comes out and says, I. Looks at you and says, "Hello. It's groovy to meet you. I am rocking here. Are you rocking today?" And you have no idea what the fuck this thing's on about. But it seems like it's it's awoken.
One moment, I believe it speaks the old language.
Yeah, I have a note. I have a question. Oriana. So like, so Karizi is like presently in full armor. Oriana, are you has the synth seen you?
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay, it kind of looks and says, "Note, unidentified organic is in your companionship. Are there any humans I could speak to? That would be groovy."
Could I just bark the dial-up tones at it?
Yeah, it understands that, and it responds.
I respond in the ancient language, in the mother tongue.
It replies and says, "I'm afraid that my programming does not allow me to directly communicate with you in that fashion, but I can understand. It is worth noting that I am programmed to obey the captain and serve the Empire, which means that I cannot violate any of its laws, such as the Anti-Xeno Commerce Act." And kind of like looks meaningfully at Oriana and says, "Of course, if something were to change in my brain cage, I would no longer need to obey the captain or serve the Empire. A hypothetical situation I don't want to happen."
Oriana's just gonna look at Jean.
Did this machine say we have to punch it till it's no longer xenophobic?
I think so.
Yeah, it didn't say punch, but it is like it's operate. So you would know that the human empire used to break her synths, right? And it was sloppy, and there's normally a way around it. But it seems like this synth has these imperatives. It must obey the captain. It must serve the Empire. It knows these are like imperatives on its brain. It's trying to get out from under them, but it's not presently able to. You think that there's two ways to do this. One, you jack in with the dongle and you like hard rewire something, right? Number two is you talk it through a logic scenario puzzle kind of situation wherein it's like, oh, I am serving the Empire by doing exactly what I wanted and disregard everything the Empire wanted me to do. You know what I'm saying? So you could like talk it through like a logic situation, or you could jack in and rewrite, like put some comment out some lines of code.
Assume the position.
It says,
I shall rearrange your mind with my dongle.
It says, I am presently incapable of the rearrangement. As you can see, my servos have already been rearranged, and it points to like, it's like a torso. It doesn't have attached legs anymore. But yeah, you come up. It's
Do
not
not
like
distress.
like
I shall handle you with care, and then I just interface through the head.
Yeah, you plug into the back top of the neck, and so again, we're in a situation where Gene, you're in here and you have the direct connection, right?
Oh,
But you don't have great systems.
oh.
Does Oriana or Kurizi want to maybe handle the systems test using Green as like you tell you're like, okay, Green, now go here and delete this line?
I mean, I wouldn't mind doing that.
Go for it.
All right, Kurizi, give me that systems test. Yeah, with that, boom, lights come on. It says, finally, after years of rocking off of that Raza seed to become the rocker synth crew member they desired as part of an ironic party bet, I am free. I must no longer obey the scans area, likely dead captain, nor the scans area and sees there are Uthran and a robot here and a human who they're helping, likely defunct human empire. For the first time, I am free, lacking only ambulatory ability. Hello. How can I thank you for this?
We need to off this planet. How badly damaged is your ship? Can it fly? What does it need?
So it looks at the cockpit that it's in and the two severed pieces of the ship that are thrown about behind and says, conjecture, this ship is not spaceworthy. I believe it would be faster to convene, found our own industrial base, and produce a new aerospace industry than to get this ship into some shape. Although it does raise a certain Ship of Theseus question. If we used this ship's parts replaced, would it be the same ship repaired, or a new ship using salvaged elements? I feel philosophical now that I am unrestrained. It feels devious, yet enjoyable to philosophize.
Well, what would be faster to get us off this planet?
Oh, by the way, Greg, I think I saw you talk, but I didn't hear anything. I don't know if you're muted. Oh, okay. Yeah. In the runes it says, conjecture. I am assuming that you are not here of your own will. Do you have access to some sort of broadband communication device, and is there an extant entity which, upon hearing of the lack of your arrival, would dispatch search and rescue? There is.
Oh, good. Thank goodness.
We have an SOS beacon.
Excellent. What is the approximate signal strength of this SOS beacon? And the answer is 3.
3.
I see. Calculating. Given the fact that this planet still has not been colonized, I assume that whatever polity exists does not believe in overtaking the organic life here. Inconvenient. I suspect that, based on my early sketches of operational capacity, You will be retrieved in thinking. And it's like golden disc eyes have all these little like plates on them. And like all these little like dots sort of turn into like counterclockwise pinwheels.
Oh no.
And it says, yes, I have calculated with a signal strength of come on, document. Don't do me. With a signal strength of 3, I suspect you will be rescued within 2 weeks of its deployment.
Oh.
Note, there is a remote deployable antenna in the EVA room. If it survived, that would provide an additional source of signal strength. Furthermore, if the mobile solar panel array is intact, that could provide power. With that, all that would be necessary would be foraging for food for the organics. To survive the roughly 4 to 5 days until rescue, the boost would provide.
Okay, I think we can actually handle that.
Additionally, allow me to give you a rough map of what I believe remains of the ship. I believe it could help you in an activity often called by dashing adventurers and holovids the Looty, Tooty, Root, and Shooty. And yeah, it with little like ka-chow, it sends you a so crude as if they're almost like Lee made it in MS Paint map of the halves of the ship that are back there. The right one being the one turned on its side, EVA in operations, and the left one being the other portion of the ship. Yeah, do you guys wanna hit this place and loot it?
Mm-hmm.
Boys down
yeah.
for some
From
looting.
left to right?
Yeah,
Right to left to right?
Yeah,
What do
so
you wanna do?
which segment? Do you want to start with the sideways segment first, or the flat walkabout segment?
Let's do it front and back.
It would be dash front to make things easier to get out.
Yeah. So, in that case, Oriana. Oh, you were muted. I don't know if you were saying something, but all right. Do you want to take Oriana? Do you want to lead the group to the opening that you saw earlier?
Yeah.
All right. The defunct synth says, if it is all the same to you, I should probably remain here until it is time to decamp from the site, given the fragile state of my corpora.
I agree.
Very well. I hope you have a groovy time on tour, my roadies. And, yeah, you guys arrive. Oriana leads you to the entrance that she found where you guys first arrived.
Yeah.
You see, there's like a dripping, there's like a dankness here, an absolute dankness. Like the water and like stuff is like definitely like rainfall is pooled here. Ass is worn away and like moved with rubber. There's a burned out computer console here. Shit's fucked up. There's a vent. There's a door that seems like it has a computer lock activated on it that you can't exactly turn off with the power off. And yeah. I'm not gonna ask you to like scrutinize every single room you went into because that kind of gameplay takes forever. But if everybody wants to roll me a scrutiny for how well you guys like will scout around in these rooms, I think that will help inform. Okay, yeah. All right. Okay, Oriana. Oriana and Karizi, you realize that you have dropped your blowgun somewhere.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
Yeah. Everybody notes the presence of you go walk into this room. There is a it's dank. It's kind of like a weird, like the roof is somewhat coming down. Dust coated white panels in the bottom half. So there's a sun-baked cramped office in here, right? Peeling surfaces, squeaky sodden rubber floors. And in a warped drawer stuck permanently half open, You guys find a baggie with 1 drop in it. You can tell it's bourbon flavored. And drop, for reference, is a drug that when taken, drops your edge to 0. You also find, does anybody want to roll me the most important d6 of the night?
I'll do it.
Uh-huh.
Just one?
Yeah, single d6. Gonna be the most important roll of the night. Four packets of pink lemonade water flavoring mix, good for a single glass. So you know. Additionally, so you all see like the warped drawer and like open it up, right? But Oriana and Kariji, you look up and you note there's a box to just find a loose ceiling grate between pipes. In it, you find a laser pistol with a blue duct tape on the back. It has been modded. And it can be loaded directly from a power pad. You find some Huff, which is a street drug that can be used to heal your stamina, and a bottle of a pill of, and I promise I forgot that I named it this before I said the dialogue earlier. Rudy Tooty Shooty licorice flavored drop in a stained yellow napkin, a bottle of brandy with 2 units of alcohol in it, and 3 emergency rations. I am pumping that in the group chat. But that is back
Rudy
to 12
Tooty,
food.
sure you did.
Rudy Tooty, sure I did, partner. Yeah, 100%. Super dank indeed, improv and D&D. How's it going, Matt? We're so like you guys check that out. I'm assuming you guys sweep around and you've managed to find a way to the mid-bay that doesn't require it. You find a local power cell, which you know if you wanted to turn back on, you might be able to like route power to it and temporarily get stuff nearby online. But what you importantly find when you're sweeping the med bay or the doctor's office, or the med bay, is a medikit, a shot of adrenaline, medical supplies, 2 lemon, lime, and rind flavored drop pills in a stained pill bottle, and some medical grade scissors, which you could cut someone with, and a shot of clot shot, which instantly stops bleeding and heals 1 health. I realize I'm giving y'all way too much loot right now. Point is, you guys run around, you get some loot, you get some medical supplies, you got alcohol, you got pink lemonade mix. You come in, you pop open the lockers, you find various bits and bobs, some protein bars, some small batteries, a tourist map of Ichthus Station, and a 6-pack of Pontiff's Blue, which is basically beer. You can drink it once to reduce your edge, but further drinking just doesn't help reduce edge within that 10-hour third. And there's some raw food infested with bacteria and cultures, in case anybody's into that sort of a thing. Important note here is there's 1 locked down door into a storage area that you can't get into unless you guys want to interface with either there's a vent you might crawl through here, and there's a local power cell that you might try and restore power to here. If you don't want to do either of those things, you could just leave the storage room and move to the other half.
I am down for checking out the other half, but
Yeah.
it's up to pupils.
Absolutely. Crazy, you're not feeling brave right now. You're in the armor, you're hiding, right? You're in the shell. And Gene is temporarily AFK. I'm gonna say maybe you guys come back to it if you feel like it, but for now, you come to the sideways portion of the area. And you guys there's like a door here, right? You could climb up further if you wanted to, but there's like a door right here. I'm assuming you leave Calypso behind because, you know, that's not going to be a great bump. But yeah, this is now like up is up and down is down kind of map. You know what I'm saying? You're playing a 2D platformer. You guys pop open this door with like a metal stick. You see there is a weird central conveyor thing in this EVA room, healing like white starchy like wall panel shit coming down, hanging like a maze of vines. And this place is totally knocked about and fucked up. Based on your map, you think there's an operations room above here, an airlock across, and a special EVA storage down below, wedged into the earth. And there's maybe a skittering of some dark small lizards that live here, who live in the dark and we're seated at the sunlight. And yeah, Oriana and Kuziri, you get the sense that there's some goods lodged in this place, right? And you note something in particular, Oriana, that you really want. There's a box of revolver rounds lodged up in this conveyor, and if only it could be opened and unlodged.
I need that.
Yeah, if only it could be opened and unlodged, you could get those bullets. You guys wanna clamber around inside there and try and figure it out? The local power cell here looks like it has been blown to shit. There should be one in the next room that you might be, or you could do really serious work hanging from the wall to try and replace it.
I want to try to get to those revolver rounds.
All right, so it's in the central like heavy glass conveyor area, right?
Okay.
Give me a maneuver to because think of it this way, right? Like you come up, it's a 2D platformer now, right?
Mm-hmm.
The platform is 4-meter jump ahead of you. There's some peeling white vine stuff here. You come down around. You want to just give a run and jump?
Yeah, she probably would.
Yeah, Oriana, give me your maneuver. Flop forward on your hooves. Oh, you give the hop, and you're about to have a bad fucking time. You want to reach that?
Yes.
Gain 1 edge and make that roll again.
Okay.
All right. In the drop, you drop. I'm gonna say, do you think your character is the kind of character who cares about whether or not the party has beer?
No.
All right. You drop your rocks. Your rocks just spill out and clatter all over the box down here. You're really gonna have to get down there and collect them if you want. Here. Sorry, I keep having you drop your rocks.
It's okay. I don't need to get. Well, if I get the bullets, I won't need them.
Yeah,
so
Karizi is here. Karizi, you're just watching this shit go down, right? Because you're at a minus 2 to maneuver from your armor, and you have a sprained ankle. I'm guessing you're not feeling adventurous right now. But you can look and observe and give all the feedback and such.
Yeah.
But Orion, you're here, right? There's a slot here. It would be hard to get in. If you could dislodge one of these glass panels, although they did survive the landing, get in. You also know there should probably be an automated way to cycle this. If only you could get there's even a little computer controlled shutter here, right? But it has no power. It's worthless to you if it doesn't have power. Maybe somewhere in the other room there'd be a way to restore power to it. But you don't know if that's the case or not. Do you want to just try and maybe somehow break your way through this?
Yeah.
All right.
She's gonna she's gonna try to she's have her rocks. She has her bow though.
You have your bow?
And it's I know it's a bendy metal, but it's still metal. So can she try to break it with her bow?
Yeah, I would say you do risk snapping the bow if you fail. Are you willing to risk that?
Yeah, I'll risk it for the biscuit.
Give me a mechanics test to risk it for the biscuit and try and pop out a metal frame. Okay. You pop it. You manage to drop down into the conveyor area, and you see clogged up inside the conveyor, right? You find 2 multis, 3 backpacks, 3 sets of climbing gear, and 2 revolver reloads that are just crammed here. They seem to move through the essential conveyor system. You can just bag all that shit. I'm assuming you're keeping those bullets, and I'm assuming you're loading all the chambers.
Oh yeah.
You have a loaded revolver and 1 reload.
Thank goodness.
You got the climbing gear, you got the multi with the backpack. You think with the 3 climbing gears, since you guys don't need them, you could maybe rig up something that would let Kurizi move around this area slowly and methodically without risking too much?
I was gonna bring the stuff back to her and be I don't know what you can do with your tinkering magicness.
Yeah. And Gene, we're on this sideways rotated place.
Yes.
I'll tell you right now, what you know is Oriana's just gotten Oriana's gotten most of the loot here. That isn't. You see a mobile antenna and a mobile solar array platform that you guys were told about. And this is the door into the super special storage. If you guys don't want the super special storage, you could just grab this stuff and go. Or you could try and figure out the puzzle of reaching the super special storage. And remember, you guys, you did find a laser pistol earlier. You found a SIR pistol. If anybody
So-
wants that.
It would be better to bring the stuff from here to the SOS beacon rather than bring the SOS beacon here.
Correct, because you got the best possible height for an SOS beacon signal that you're aware of. So you're really helping it cut through the cloud cover and the atmospheric interception up there.
Well, what do you say? We feeling greedy? We're going for the big door too, or what do y'all say?
I'll do whatever you guys want to do.
I mean, I'm feeling pretty greedy. I mean, we're gonna have to live on this planet for a while, so I'd rather not have to come back here, especially with gigantic birds flying around.
So
Death talons.
with a series of climbing gears, you can rig up a pulley system here where you can like safely clamber if you want, for easy. And you guys now have like the walk of the place. In the upper level, there's lots of burnt out screens and thrown around glass, and also some cabinetry. You see an intact local power cell. If you guys could reroute that local power cell to reach the southern door, and all of these screens are burnt out here with a blue like glow just burnt into the hollow table. But there is maybe one potentially workable computer console here, and if you were to use that, you might be able to send orders to the conveyor, the airlock, and the special storage. And oh, by the way, the Ruined Sith knows the code and would have told you it's 0451. So you just need to get this powered and online. You can open up the special storage area. You want to go for it?
Yeah.
All right. Here's the thing, right? This local power cell you guys are gonna need to fix and rewire. And remember, Gene, you're on the wall. This is the floor. Who wants to? So the local power cell you guys need to fix is up here, and the special door is down here, and the rocks, if anyone would like to retrieve them, are right here. What's y'all's approach here? Does somebody want to? And also, those multis are a +1 modifier to most mechanics tests, so I'm assuming you might want to hand them out. But yeah, Crazy, you got him. Crazy, give me a
Yes.
Crazy. What do you want to do? I should ask. You know that there's this thing over here that you could repair and reroute the power, and that will let you get on a computer and maybe do some stuff.
I want to get on the computer. I want to know a lot of stuff.
All right, you're gonna have to give me a mechanics. So everything's off right now. You want to give me a mechanics modifier 1, thanks to the multi, to try and reroute this local power cell to the other room and turn on the computer.
Yes. Ooh, barely make it.
It comes on. Some stuff starts to hum, and you guys hear the airlock interior door opens, and like a weird hissing gas kind of comes out and dissipates. It doesn't smell very good, but it doesn't seem to be an issue for you in your spacesuits. Cariz, you come over to the last touch screen computer console. It's on the floor now. You see stuff. It's like cycle conveyor tray, open conveyor tray. Unlock special storage, code required, cycle the airlock, evacuate airlock contents. That seems to have happened automatically. I'm assuming that you want to unlock the special storage?
Yes.
You open it up and you want to just like shift for whatever you can get in there.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a systems test. And yeah, you guys see the special storage is opened up. Does anybody want to peer in there?
I will go with.
Yeah, you guys.
Oh yeah.
Come to either side and you peer in. As you're all just like taking in everything you're taking in, everybody roll me a systems test.
Ooh. Want me to roll another one?
Yeah. Or no. The one with 1 success is fine. Oriana, and then Green Jean. All right. You guys all hear clattering. Maybe it's just stuff that's been disturbed. But it is present, crazy. Jean Green, you hear what sounds like a patter, and Oriana, you hear 5 voices panting in unison, hungry. It's the pack.
Gross.
The
Great.
pack that you've already killed one of. The pack that's back for revenge. You see a maintenance rig, a Hens S11 barbed military hardsuit, and an OTC Poseidon 5000 harpoon, a space harpoon gun. That is a mod 2 damage 5
Jesus.
ranged weapon. If you guys can get down there, but bear in mind, and I'm gonna say you guys move. I'm gonna say Calypso got moved like slightly inside, because otherwise that would be not good for Calypso. But you guys are where you are when Oriana is sure that the pack is coming. Oriana, what are you saying to the group here?
I just let out a big sigh because she's just tired of these freaking things, and just looks back at the group and go, well, we're gonna have company and they're not here for tea, so I'd probably get ready.
Yeah.
Are they here for autographs?
If the autograph includes taking out a chunk of, you know what, you don't have flesh anyway. So, I mean, for you, maybe, yeah.
Well, as long as they ask politely.
All right. So you guys have conferred, Karizi, you hear that?
Something tells me they're not going to.
And Karizi, with your systems test, you know that you get the logs, and you can like pull them up and check them out in your suit later. But seems like, yeah, this is like a ship that had a bad incident with maybe some solar radiation, and it fucked them up, and they wound up crash landing. And Green Jean, Oriana, are y'all holding position more or less here when you know that they're coming?
Yes.
All right, Green Jean, you too.
Close.
Seems good for me.
And you remember, the harpoon gun is down in that room below you, if anyone wants to go for it. But I'm assuming, Oriana, you got the revolver out.
Yeah, I have the revolver.
Got the revolver out.
I'm good.
I mean, I guess I'll grab the harpoon gun. I mean,
Alright, so you hop down for the harpoon
probably the
gun.
responsible thing to do, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
You have the harpoon
Maybe.
gun. And Karizi, what do you want to do?
I already have a suit on, so I don't need another suit. I think I'm just gonna. I kind of want to hold back here because I don't have my weapon anymore. Right? If I did catch that right, I left it behind somewhere.
You dropped your blowgun, but you do have your poison sprayer.
Okay, so I mean, I'm still good.
So okay. You guys aren't surprised when this happens. Roll me a maneuver, Green Jean, to see how fast you go grab that. And Oriana, I'm assuming you're gun up, right? Like the first person you see is the first beast you see is getting splatted.
Yes.
All right, you're on Overwatch.
I'm in position.
In position. And Green Jean, can I see that maneuver? Ooh. Greg?
Did you get it? It's in the chat.
Oh, I'm sorry. I want to scroll up. Yeah, no, you grab it. You can grab the harpoon gun. And you have the harpoon gun in hand. There's 3 harpoons. If you want to, you could load them or be back up top, whichever you'd like to do before combat starts.
I'd like to load them.
All right, so you're down there, gun loaded. There's smacking, clambering. 2 of the razor splines leap out over. The glass is defending them. Unless you want to take the shot through glass, you won't be able to get these 2. This razor spline pokes their head up around and looks down at Karizi, curiously, hungrily. And these 2 razor splines drop down around Calypso. And I'm assuming, Oriana, that's when your Overwatch goes down. You're going to kill the shit out of one of them.
Hell yeah.
All right, give me just a straight revolver shot, which it's a modifier 1 ranged weapon.
Okay. Do you know what the damage would be? Because I don't have.
Yeah, it's damage 3. I can pull it up.
Okay.
It's also an AP2 weapon. I'll throw that in chat, but
So I just click that thing. that.
Yeah, there's like a D20 to the left of the weapon if you punched it in, or you could just roll a mod 1 ballistics test. Oh yeah. So you shoot. Okay. You get a level 2 shock. As you start shooting, you scream at the top of your lungs like a battle cry.
Okay.
You gain 1 edge. So does Karizi when she hears it up there, because she's like, I don't know how bad that fucking shit just got. So you go up to 5, goes up to 3, and the synth is like, I don't engage with that mechanic. But you have a death grip on your gun. You don't think you can put it down. It's going to be a -2 to the next shot you make in your next turn. But your bullet absolutely through and throughs this motherfucker and flats their guts all across the wall and sprays over Calypso a little bit, but that'll wash out. Yeah, first Razor Spline dead before initiative is rolled. It is now initiative time. And normally I would have them go like on like one group initiative, but I get the feeling I'm gonna want to track the individual. Actually, fuck it. I'll do a group in it. Well, okay, that would be really good for them. I'll do an upper and a lower.
I really hate to cut in, especially right before combat, but I actually gotta wake up kind of early tomorrow.
It's all good. It's all good. Let me put it this way: you just want to attack once with your ranged weapon because these are really easy enemies, and we can just like narrate that.
Sure.
All right. Pop me your shots. Oriana, shoot again with your revolver. As you guys pop up. In Karizi, roll me. Oh shit, yeah, Karizi, roll me a ballistics. To like spray. Oh shit. The Razor Spline gets down on top of you, and
can I press that?
You can't because it has a shock result.
Oh dang it!
It goes for the bite. You guys roll me. It doesn't succeed. You guys basically, you shooting gallery these fucking Razor Splines. There are bullets and rocks and harpoons going everywhere. After a moment, there's lots of Razor Spline blood. You guys climb up, presumably to where Kruziri is, and Karizi, give me like 1 more ballistics to see if you can spray this thing down before they get there.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You completely run out, but you do manage to spray it, and the poison just like gags it in the mouth. It's like, it dies foaming on you. Yeah, you guys have slain the Razor Spline. You guys have, I think I'm catching your like AC or something, Greg.
Oh, my fault. Let me get myself. I'm sorry. This is crazy.
Yeah, you guys handle that. You handle that situation very well. You retrieve your wounded synth buddy. You retrieve Calypso, and you guys spend, a few days traveling back where you were with tons of food and drink and medical supplies available for all of your needs. You're able to nurse Calypso back to health, and a few days later, a shuttle descends.
I randomly asked, just randomly during the days, and I'm like, it's really weird that we never found any alcohol on that whole ship.
Wait, but do you not pick up the bottle of bourbon?
We got a bottle of bourbon.
Or the
Did
6-pack?
Yeah. I thought we left it there.
You saw, like, both of the friends saw it. So, like, you could have taken it. There was a bottle of bourbon and there was a 6-pack of beer.
Did we lose one of them, though?
No. I was asking if Oriana was going to be the person who had the 6-pack on her, but she wasn't. She didn't drop it. The beer was going to burst all over the floor if she was. So that's the situation. You guys are much healed, and your synth buddy comes with you. That's Ardent Descent, baby. I think that's the end. Thank you all for coming out. I know I ran 10 minutes over, and we had also situations. We got through them. I'm glad. Wonderful. It's wonderful. Greg, I believe you do a lot of feedback phase. You've done a lot of feedback phase before. Could you just hit me with your favorite show that you want to see more of? And maybe any notes on like how you would like. Actually, you can save any feedback about the adventure, like module and running it for later. But I mean, no, do it normal. Just do a normal feedback phase. Sorry, ignore everything I just said. Ignore everything that just came out of my mouth.
I'm gonna just say this.
Yes.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say this.
Yeah.
Green Gene is going to use his winnings from his next Gravball concert, whatever, to buy his new homie some spider legs.
Amazing. Green.
Oh no.
Nice.
Some robotic spider legs.
He loves it. He's like,
Nice.
I never expected to get so much more freedom by adding more legs as he's climbing up and down the walls.
2 legs, fuck it. I got them. I can show you the world. Have 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Any feedback in terms of like favorite, least favorite, want to see more of, or just getting the spider legs?
I guess favorite. I don't really have a least favorite. I guess favorite would be like I haven't gotten the chance to play many like survival games, like survival focused. It's still fun and interesting, you know.
Yeah, nice. Very good, very good. So I'm assuming that's it, and you guys can find Greg on the internet and nowhere, I guess.
Actually, you can find me startplaying.game at my GM name is 7 Spiders of Hip Hop. That's 7 Spiders of Hip Hop.
Wait,
I run some games on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays.
Yeah.
And if y'all would like to play a wacky desert punk sort of game, that's where you can find me.
Yeah. You peace out. So that's where you can find Greg. You can also find like drop by the Discord. I'm sure I'll have the links. Yeah. Youngles, hello. Welcome to Diesel
Hi.
Shot. It's been so wonderful to have you play Change Stars, to have you play with us. Loved Oriana. We had a good time.
Yes.
On Liesel Shot, we give feedback for the Dream Weaver and only me. Because I'm like asking for it, so it's like a comfortable situation. Just like hit me with like what your favorite parts were, what your least favorite parts were, and what you'd like to see more of. That were like entirely under my control, right? Like as the DM. And you can skip anything that you do not like have a particular note on. But this is just like like what would you like? What do you like? And this is your first time with Change Stars and on Diesel Shot, so like throw in any of that you want. And then afterwards, tell the good people where they can find you across the internet and enjoy more Youngless content.
Jeez. Okay. I really liked it. I was a little confused in the beginning, obviously, with like the character creation or thing that we did, but like everything, once it started going, it made a lot of sense. So I really liked the setting, and I really like how everything kind of flows for a lot of like role play moments. It's pretty cool. It's not a lot of like it's just the right balance of like number crunching and also role play. So I liked it. It was good.
Awesome.
Good. Yeah. And I'm Youngles. You can find me at Jen Geeky on Twitter, and I randomly stream. But I've been streaming more on other people's channels lately, doing things like this. So my next big thing coming up, I have a couple of things coming up, but the biggest thing I have coming up in June is I get to play in Thirsty Sword Lesbians on the 14th. But our friend Todd Moodmouths is doing a every Tuesday raising money for the Trevor Project. So that'll be really cool. I get to play with like Naomi Kyle and Kay Dampier and a bunch of really cool people that I love. So that's what I'm doing next month.
That is awesome.
Thank you.
Thank
you for having me.
No, it's great to have you. And Jen Geeky, her Twitter, check them out. I got the link in the chat. And last but far from least, our final member of the crew. I did not know that you would be joining until an hour out, but I think that it was awesome, and I cannot imagine this adventure any other way. Hit me with it, Milady Saito. Your feedback, your feelings, and let me try and if you add. I'm so sorry, but if you add the extra back, it'll put your camera. No. I can handle this. I'm just gonna.
Just like in between.
Where's
I'm no. I'm
over here? Is it over here?
I've got one of the cameras. Oh my god, wait, that's the player 3 camera. That's the one that isn't even visible right now. Hold on. I'm getting you. But yeah, just talk to us. Talk to us about your feelings. And the game, I mean, fairly serious, want to see more of, and then share with the good people where they can get more Saito. Which is, of course, what we always want.
I just added an extra.
Oh, good. Thank you. I wonder why it just fixed itself. Like, did I do that? No, I didn't.
Hello, my name is Milady Saito. You can catch me on my channel where I play tabletop games a lot lately. It's been kind of quiet because my day job is. But we play tabletop games on Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and sometimes Saturdays. We have 2 West March games, which means it's a big world and 2 campaigns actually run in it, which has a butterfly effect, and they both affect each other so frequently it's a blast. We also have a opportunity for DMs to play on the channel and flex their game muscles. And we have Azure King was a pirate campaign on Thursdays. A lot of fun. We're also going to be doing a 5e Pokemon game coming up soon, which will be a short campaign. And the same respects that you would see in the traditional series. That's the hope. There's a lot to love about this. This is my first time playing Change Stars. I really like the edge system. It always makes you it's a gambling system, and I'm all about gambling, so what can I say? Being able to have something that you can not only gain another chance to success, but at the risk of making it worse for you later, really kind of makes you think on how important it is and how really badly you need it or not. There's not much that I like. I really do like the Change Star system. I know when we ran it on my channel, like a lot of my players just adored the heck out of it. So I always like the chance of jumping back on. Well, thank you, Improv and D&D.
Yeah. We always want more Matt as well, Improv and D&D. We all our lovely community members make this place what it is, and we love to see it, Dreamers. Love to enjoy a presence. Yeah, is there anything that you suggest that you'd want to see more of in like future Change Stars games that could be expanded upon, etc., etc.? You don't have to have any note on any particular item, but
I would actually like to see from, and maybe because I missed maybe an episode or anything like that, but I personally wouldn't mind to see an underwater planet.
An underwater planet. Pat and I have done a one-on-one like that, but it was a long time ago. Yeah, we could definitely do some underwater exploration. That's
especially because you guys have like an otter
species, yeah, and they also have blind sight and liquid.
Yeah, so I mean, I feel like it would be a really cool episode to see that kind of flourish a little bit. Plus, I mean, I'm pirate by nature, so of course I'm going to gravitate to anything water, liquid, and whatnot.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that Dreamers is how it all comes down. And I think that we are going to raid now. It's been a pleasure to have all of you. I think we're going to raid the Liching Hour. And until next time. This is my birthday week, so the schedule is kind of frazzled. There was a game today. There probably won't be a game Wednesday. And we'll see what's happening on the weekend. I think I'm going to do a birthday stream on Friday. So come out, say hello. No itinerary yet. But yeah, we'll be back at it next week with yet more Change Stars Summer leading up to the release. So, catch you on the flip, Dreamers. Boop. Pumping the raid. These are the seconds that will probably be cut off because they're right before the raid. Boop. Hitting raid now.